two separate and equally.
What is that
July
noise?
29th. Somebody has their TV on.
Yeah, if somebody could turn off their TV. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Wednesday afternoon, July 29th, 2020 session of the Portland City Council. Carla, good afternoon. Could you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Hardesty.
Here.
Daly. Fritz.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here. Under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference. The city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public can also provide written testimony to the council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. And let's see, this afternoon, sliding down here through the agenda, we have two items today. Both are time certains. The first, actually I'll get through legal counsel. Why don't you take us through the rules of order and decorum, and then we'll get to the first item.
Thank you. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about the subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the city council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded.
Thank you. And Commissioner Fritz, you had an item this morning, and there was one individual who had signed up for public testimony who did not get the opportunity to testify. You have asked for a courtesy opportunity for that individual to testify this afternoon. Is that correct?
I did, and the individual said that she would rather testify next week before the vote. So if we could just move that to next week, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just remind me next week. And so with that, Carla, we'll move to our first time certain item, please, item 632.
Replace Title 13, Animals with Bees and Livestock, to update the regulations for keeping bees livestock.
Thank you. The Bureau of Planning and Sustainability is proposing an update to the City of Portland's Title 13. Title 13, for those of you who do not necessarily know, it regulates the keeping of bees and livestock within the city's limits. The Bureau of Planning and Sustainability has been working to update this code with several goals in mind. First, BPS is seeking to update the regulations to reflect our growing city and to better balance the needs of animals, animal owners, and their neighbors. Number two, provide more certainty and more clarity for residents in terms of what animals are and are not allowed and under what circumstances. And number three, reduce the administrative burdens and costs for the public and those who are tasked with enforcing the various regulations. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Michelle Krim. She's our Chief Sustainability Officer in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and she'll describe the proposed code changes. Good afternoon, Michelle. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen here and get my presentation sharing. Okay, is that working?
Yep.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. Again, my name is Michelle Krim. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And I want to thank you for taking time to hear this today. I know that given all of the really important issues that you are dealing with today and every day, seemingly during these difficult times, to take time to talk about bees and chickens probably seems a little silly, but during these times, people are spending a lot of time at home and they're contemplating how to better use their indoor and outdoor spaces. And lots of folks are thinking about potentially welcoming these animals into their families in the backyard. And so it's important that the city have clear rules and guidelines around that as those folks are contemplating those decisions. And so, so thank you for taking the time to hear this today. And so before I get into the specifics related to the Title 13 update, I wanted just to take a minute to orient you to all of the, sort of the ways that animals are regulated inside the city of Portland. And so there's different layers of jurisdiction that govern animals here in Portland, and they're all focused on slightly different pieces of the puzzle. So the state of Oregon has regulations related to animal diseases, import, export, exotics, animal feed and food safety, slaughtering, animal cruelty, and lots of other things. Multnomah County Animal Services regulates pets like cats and dogs, including vaccinations, licensing, and strays. They also address some similar issues to the state like animal cruelty. And then the county's vector control department is responsible for monitoring and managing for vector-borne diseases that are associated with animals and with insects. And then the city of Portland, we have Title 13 animals, and that title regulates the keeping of certain specified animals within the city limits, including things like bees and chickens and other livestock. And so the current, well, Title 13 has existed in some form since the late 1960s, and administering that code currently consists of several different component parts. And so the first part is customer service, and we have a customer service helpline, and the picture here is Lori Drew, who is a very nice individual who takes hundreds of phone calls every year from Portland residents who either have questions about these animals or complaints about these animals. And so she answers all of those questions and provides information and resources and materials. And then we also have a website that we keep up to date. There also under the current system is permits, and so permits are needed to be issued when certain types of animals or certain numbers of animals are requested to be kept by Portland residents, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. There's also code enforcement. So Title 13 is complaint driven, which means that possible violations of the code are usually brought to the city's attention by adjacent neighbors. And so the Title 13 gives us the authority to investigate possible violations, revoke permits, impose penalties, et cetera. And then lastly, there's an appeals process. So, so folks can appeal either permit denials or permit revocations or fines that might be imposed for potential violations. These appeals are not common at all. In the past 10 years, there's been less than 5 appeals. So it's not a big part of the program. So Title 13, the purpose of Title 13, as the mayor just said, is to allow Portland residents to keep bees and other livestock in the urban environment under certain circumstances and in a manner that supports the health and safety of both people and animals, and reduces animal-related nuisances like vermin and smells and noise and property damage. So we've been working to update the code in order to do several things. First, we wanted to create updated standards for keeping bees and livestock in the city that provide more certainty and transparency for residents, and that streamline the burdens for both the public and local government to administer the code. We are also looking to develop regulations that included objective standards, and to have those objective standards coupled with best practices that would ensure that the needs of the animals are being met and that those nuisances like noise and odors and flies are being mitigated. The third thing that we're trying to do is really adjust the code to reflect and be responsive to the numbers and types of livestock animals that are appropriate for our growing city. And so as we have additional housing is added into our neighborhoods, there's less outdoor space available. And so we wanted to make sure that we were managing for those uses and for minimizing impacts of these animals on neighbors. And then lastly, we wanted to make sure that as we made any changes at all, that we were minimizing any unintended consequences for underrepresented communities, especially those who might be raising these backyard animals as an affordable source of food or for use in religious rites. So we did, as we were doing this code update project, we got information from a variety of places, including doing a lot of research, but we also took like what we've learned from those hundreds and hundreds of phone calls that we get every year from folks with both questions and complaints. And so we used our experience answering that helpline. We also held some focus groups with recent immigrants and with communities of color to really get specific feedback from those groups about what they thought needed to be done. And then lastly, we met with and got input from both bee and livestock stakeholder groups. And through that outreach process, I wanted to just share with you some of the things that were asked for or brought to our attention. As you can imagine, there's vastly different opinions when it comes to keeping bees and livestock in Portland backyards. And finding the right code solution is more art than science. It's really about finding a balance as much as possible. And so I wanted to share a few things that we heard with you. So first had to do with sort of urbanizing city impacts, both of and on raising bees and livestock. So as our city grows and housing costs increase, more people are living in apartments and condominiums. And the current code was really silent on keeping bees and livestock on multi-dwelling properties. And so folks were asking for a code update to make it possible that if people living on multi-dwelling properties were able to meet all of the requirements and follow all the rules and sort of have landlord approval, et cetera, that they would be allowed to keep bees and livestock on those properties. Another thing that we heard is that because that as additional housing is added to neighborhoods through new development or through accessory dwelling units or ADUs in backyards, again, that there's less outdoor space available and that the uses in those outdoor spaces can have impacts on more neighbors. And so there was a desire to see a code update that would limit the type and number of livestock animals that were allowed that reflected more this closer physical proximity of our living environments and also anticipate future growth. So moving on to, this sort of relates to the next point, which had to do with finding that balance between beekeepers and animal keepers or livestock keepers and surrounding neighbors. So people who keep bees and livestock would like the flexibility of having no maximum number. And although most bee and livestock keepers are responsible animal owners, it's necessary to set limits in an urban environment to reduce the typical animal-related nuisances that come from from increased numbers. Even under the best circumstances, livestock animals can have an impact on surrounding nearby neighbors. Chickens squawk when they lay an egg, or animal facilities, even if maintained to high standards, can create odors or attract flies. So I love the light. There were also complaints, or the number one complaint that we get on the customer helpline has to do with neighbors with roosters. And so there was a desire to see more information provided regarding options for rehoming roosters. Often people end up with an illegal rooster because they raised their hens from chicks, and you don't know until later that it's a rooster, not a hen. And so there was a desire to see more information about how to rehome those roosters. And then
Michelle,
yeah.
I'm sorry to stop you while you're on a roll, but Commissioner Hart
Yes.
had a question. I didn't want to get too far afield.
Okay. Great.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michelle. I just want to say that this is the most fascinating presentation that I have seen in some time, and I want to appreciate your need to respect cultural and community norms, as well as understanding that we're packing more people into smaller spaces and we have to all figure out how to coexist. So I'm just very impressed with the presentation. And so my question is, when there are these cultural conflicts between what's always been and what people are bringing with them as immigrants and refugees and their own social norms, what is the process to resolve that conflict?
Well, I think what we're proposing here is a few things. So part of the process is to have just really clear and transparent rules that need to be followed. So right now, the current system, and I'll talk about this in a minute, there's a lot of permits that are issued, and those permits can be somewhat arbitrary, and they're not necessarily objective. And so some people can have some animals, other people can have other animals, depending on when you got a permit. Those permits don't expire, so you could have gotten your permit 15 years ago and it's still good. So we're proposing some things to sort of really standardize things, make them more transparent, so the rules of the game are really clear. And we purposely talked to recent immigrants and communities of color to try to make sure that we weren't inadvertently doing something that would sort of cause impact to how those communities, the relationship that they might have with these animals. And so in those conversations, what they shared with us was predominantly they really wanted the rules to be clear and transparent. They also talked about how, for some of them, they wanted to be clear about what the rules were around slaughtering of the animals. So in the cases where they might want to use these animals to help augment sort of as a source of food. So they wanted to make sure the rules there were clear. They also had concerns, rightfully so, because it's a complaint-based system, which is inherently discriminatory. They wanted to have clear rules, and they also wanted to make sure that those that were administering the program, enforcing it, sort of the information was available in different languages, that those staff knew how to use the language line and other interpretation services. And then sort of the other thing that we heard was this, like that conflict with neighbors, really feeling like clear rules would help to diffuse some of those conflicts with neighbors. And so those are some of the things that we heard and what we've tried to address in our proposed update.
And let me just say, you're doing an excellent job in the process. I am very impressed both with the thoughtfulness of the code changes and with the outreach into communities that don't traditionally have a voice in code changes. So I thank you very much, and I hope this is a model of things to come.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hardesty. So speaking of things to come, so what I want to do now is share with you the proposed code changes. And so really what we're proposing to you today, there's three sort of big buckets of changes. And I'll walk through each of these with you, hopefully in an interesting fashion. So the first one is we're proposing to create different regulated categories of animals. The second big change that I just alluded to is replacing the existing permitting system with sort of clear rules and objective standards, and then also establishing clear requirements for compliance. So everybody knows what the rules of the game are, and everything is clear and upfront and transparent. So I'm going to walk through each of these for you now. So the first change that we're proposing is, so the existing Title 13 has two categories of animals. There's either bees or livestock. And what we're proposing to do is to break that livestock category into two categories. Backyard livestock would be animals that can be kept humanely in an urban backyard with minimum impacts to adjacent properties. And so these animals reflect the size of pets like cats and dogs, and that are already kept in urban backyards. And so common examples would include chickens and ducks, pigeons, rabbits, and miniature goats or sheep or pigs. Then large livestock require more space than is typically found in an urban backyard. And these large animals also have the potential to create significant negative impacts on adjacent properties. And common examples of this would include horses, including small and miniature horses, cattle, standard size goat and sheep, and llamas. so what we're proposing is to create these two categories of livestock and then have clear limits on the number and type and minimum space you have to have for each of these types of animals. So before I get into what we're proposing to change, I just want to orient you to what currently exists in Title 13. And so the code really, as it exists today, treats animals differently depending on their compatibility to the urban setting and their impact on neighbors. And so some animals are illegal to keep today. So that includes pigs and swine and roosters. There's some animals that you can just have outright. And so that includes, you could have 3 miniature pigs, or you could have 3 of a series of other animals in combination, so including chickens, ducks, pigeons, rabbits, miniature goats, and sheep. So you can have 3 of those in total, any combination. And then a bunch of other animals, including bees and standard sized goats, et cetera, that if you wanted to have those animals in your backyard, you would have to have a permit for that. And so there was a process to get those permits. So that's what the current requirements are. For backyard livestock, so I'm going to talk to you a bit about sort of what we're proposing. So for backyard livestock, instead of having that combination of 3 animals, we are proposing to for each type of animal to allow a certain number. So in this case, for small fowl, you would be able to have 4 of these. So you could have 4 chickens or ducks or chickens, et cetera. And this would be for any lot in the city of Portland. If you have a larger lot, 10,000 square feet or larger, you could have a couple more of these. If you had lots that are 20,000 square foot or larger and that are zoned for agricultural uses, there would be no maximum number of these animals that you could have. And then in addition to that, each of these animals has to have a minimum dedicated amount of space per animal. So in this case, each chicken that you had would have to have 10 square feet of dedicated space in a pen or a shelter per chicken. The other backyard livestock animals, which includes things like rabbits, miniature goats and sheep and pigs, would have similar maximum numbers of these animals that you could have. So you could have 4 rabbits, you could have 3 miniature goats, or you could have 2 miniature pigs. And similarly, that's on any lot. You have a slightly larger lot, 10,000 square feet, you could have a couple more. 20,000 square feet that's zoned for agricultural uses, there would be no maximum of these number that you could have. But again, you would have to have minimum space dedicated to each and every animal. And so for rabbits, it would be 4 square feet. Miniature pigs and miniature sheep and goats would require 200 square feet of dedicated space per animal. So lastly, the last category then here is large livestock. And in the code update, we are proposing to prohibit large livestock on all lots in Portland, except for lots that are 20,000 square foot and larger and zoned for agricultural uses. And so in these cases, for some of these, for the backyard animals that I just talked about, there would be no maximum number. And then for other animals like horses, miniature horses, standard sized goats and sheep, it would require 10,000 square feet of dedicated space per animal and 25,000 square feet for horses, cows, and llamas per animal. And then there are some animals that would be prohibited. And so we're not proposing any changes to what currently exists in 23 as it relates to the prohibition on pigs or swine within the city limits. So those are still not allowed except for those mini pigs. Similarly, roosters would remain prohibited. And then we also are saying that large fowl that tend to be loud or aggressive, such as geese, peacocks, turkeys, emus, et cetera, that those would not be allowed on lots except, again, for those lots that are 20,000 square feet or greater, or zoned for agricultural uses or have an approved conditional use. So in the past, in theory, someone could have gotten a permit to have turkeys or peacocks on their property in Portland. And then the last category is bees. And so the existing Title 13 code only allows for bees, beehives to be kept if there is a permit. And what we're proposing is that any lot would be allowed to keep bees as long as they were able to follow the beekeeping guidelines that we have outlined, and they would be able to have up to 4 hives. And then again, similar to the other categories, larger lots would be able to have more, and there would be no maximum number on those 20,000 square foot or greater zoned agricultural uses.
Michelle, can I ask a city boy question?
Yeah.
Define hive. You're showing some photos there. Is a box of the screens, is that a hive? What is a hive?
Well, that's a good question. And I'm not sure that I know, except that my impression is it's a box. So a box is a hive, and that's sort of a colony that, that sort of lives in that box. And so you could have 4 of those boxes that's made up of a queen and sort of the bees that are with that queen.
All right. And I think Commissioner Hardesty is outraged that she's going to have to get rid of her peacocks. I just want to point that out.
Well, if she has a permit, we have a provision for that. Okay, so that was a lot of numbers and a lot of information.
Folks, I will figure this thing out. This
Commissioner,
thing won't get me. It won't.
are you trying to speak, Commissioner Hardesty?
No, Mayor, I was not, but I just want the record to reflect I have no peacocks.
Duly noted. Duly
Mayor,
noted.
I can
Commissioner
attest to the fact that peacocks do not make good family pets, as I grew up with peacocks. And I also grew up to being woken up by my mother early hours in the morning and bribed to go chase them home from the neighbor's house. And I still have the scars. So.
Oh my gosh. See, this is a great hearing. This is good, Michelle.
Yeah.
Keep it coming.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I just threw a lot of numbers and information at you, and so I wanted to show you the information in a slightly different way, and hopefully it'll all come together for you. So this is what I showed before in terms of what current Title III allows. Certain things are prohibited, like pigs and swine and roosters. You can have certain numbers of pigs or miniature pigs, and then some combination of some other animals, up to 3 total. So what we're proposing in the code update is instead, on any lot in the city of Portland, this would be the maximum number of any one of these animals that you could have. So you could have 4 beehives, 4 chickens, ducks or pigeons, 4 rabbits, etc. Then pigs and swine and roosters remain prohibited. And then for the slightly larger lots,
Michelle,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Commissioner Fritz would like to jump in here too, please.
Okay, great.
So if you've got enough space, can you have 4 each of these? Can you have 4 rabbits and 4 chickens and 4 ducks?
So I am about to answer that in just a minute. The answer is maybe, but probably not. And that has to do with this minimum dedicated space that you have to have per animal. So while this sort of what I'm showing here sort of steps up the increment of the maximum numbers of animals that you can have. So on any lot on 10,000 square feet or greater, it bumps up a little bit. 20,000 square feet or greater zoned agricultural, there's some places where there's no maximum number, and that would be for those backyard animals. And then for other animals that would be appropriate in an agricultural use, like some of those louder, more aggressive birds, roosters, etc., horses, cows, there's a maximum number that you could have here. And then if your property is larger, you can add additional animals. And so Commissioner Fritz, for your question, so this wasn't enough, because in theory, then you could look at this and you could say, okay, great, I can have 4 beehives, 4 chickens, 4 rabbits, 3 miniature goats, and 2 pigs in my backyard. And, that's not going to be good for the animals. That's not going to be good for the neighbors. And it's just going to be too much. And so we've added this requirement that you have to have minimum dedicated space for each of those animals. So in the case of, let's say you wanted to have 4 chickens, each chicken would have to have 10 square feet of dedicated space. And which means you would have to have a total of 40 square feet of available dedicated space in a pen or shelter for those chickens. And then if you wanted to add, let's say a miniature, let's say you wanted to add a miniature pig, you would then also, in addition to that, have to have another 200 square feet of dedicated space in order to add a pig to that. So it's a combination of both the maximum number of each type of animal you can have, and then depending on the configuration of your lot, things like setbacks, or maybe you have a shed in your backyard or an ADU, your amount of space is limited, which means the number and combination of those animals become more restricted in order to meet those minimum requirements. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Fritz?
Yes, it does, and I'll hold the rest of my questions until you finish because we keep interrupting you, and I apologize.
Oh, I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. Okay, thanks. So those are those components of it. And then we wanted to make sure, so that sort of gets to the numbers in the space, but then we wanted to make sure that that we were also addressing the well-being of the animals and making sure that there were certain standards or requirements in place to make sure that the animals were being well cared for. And so essentially what we're proposing, and a lot of these requirements and standards existed in the permit process. And so that's where they lived, and that's where a lot of that enforcement could happen. And so we're proposing to build those sort of enforceable standards into the code and in a variety of areas. And so that includes the health and well-being of the animals, to make sure that they're not endangered in any way in terms of how they're being kept or confined. It includes things like making sure they have sufficient food and water, attending to special needs such as hoof care for goats and sheep, and skilled care for sick animals. There's also requirements related to feeding and watering to help reduce attracting vectors such as rats and mosquitoes, as well as additional requirements for what needs to happen in case there's a concern that an animal might have a contagious disease. And then lastly, we are proposing to put into place some best practices for good animal husbandry in the administrative rules. And so this would enable the code administrator to keep them updated more regularly with relevant information to make sure that good animal husbandry practices are being placed. So it's a combination of both requirements in the code itself, as well as best practices in the administrative rules. So an example of some of those best practices might be for miniature goats, you would have best practices that say that hay feeders need to be high enough off the ground to keep them from being soiled, mineral licks be provided, that there be a table or an object on which the goat could climb to avoid bored goats that are trying to escape, things like that. So that would be the sort of stuff you would see in the administrative rules. And then we have some requirements related to structures. And so these would be requirements for the facilities or the structures where the animals are being kept. And so these sorts of things are probably the things you would expect. So the structure needs to be kept in good repair, needs to be capable of being maintained and cleaned in a sanitary condition, has to be free of vermin, obnoxious smells, accumulated waste. The animals are not allowed to roam off of the property, and they have to be in a secure enclosure. There's also requirements for setbacks. So structures like coops and hutches and aviaries and stables have to be located at least 3 feet from the property line, and all of those structures have to comply with local building code requirements, zoning requirements. And then there are some and so those are some of the basic requirements that everybody would have to comply with in order to keep these animals. There's also requirements that we're proposing for the owners themselves. And so these are things like owners of these animals have to make sure that they are complying with the provisions of this title, as well as any administrative rules and best practices. They have to make sure that their animals are not causing a nuisance or disturbing neighbors and residents due to either noise or odor, threats to public health. And then these animal owners would be required to respond immediately to remedy any nuisance complaints, including waste removal, general upkeep of the livestock facility, changing feeding or watering practices that might be attracting rats, et cetera. And then there is also a requirements related to contagious diseases. So if there is a concern that an animal might have a contagious disease, the animal livestock keeper has to contact a licensed veterinarian. And so this could be diseases that might be contagious to other animals like mange or eczema, or contagious to humans like ringworm or hepatitis or rabies. So there's guidelines then in the code about what needs to be done in those situations to confine those animals to get them treated by a licensed veterinarian. The keeping of bees has similar requirements that we're proposing in the code, and those are written up separately, and they're based on Oregon State University Extension Services Residential Beekeeping Best Practices Guidelines. And then there's also a model residential beekeeping ordinance for Oregon cities that we use that was compiled by the League of Oregon Cities. And then we also talked to Portland urban beekeepers as well about these requirements. So to have beehives in your backyard, you have to follow all of those guidelines from the Extension Service and from the Oregon State Beekeepers Association. The hives have to be kept in sound and usable condition. They have to be maintained in a way to allow adequate space and management so that they don't get overcrowded and discourage swarming. And any sort of bee feed or supplement materials have to be protected in a way that rodents or other animals can't get into them. And then some other requirements include that the beehives have to be located at least 15 feet from public walkways or streets, public buildings, parks, recreational areas. And there have to be flyaway barriers, which are basically these barriers, either fences or hedges or buildings or other things that force the bees to fly up high, at least 6 feet high, if not higher, in order to leave the property. And so that gets the bees up and out as they're leaving the property. So, and then all beekeepers have to comply with the state of Oregon requirements around registering beehives when it applies. So, so those are some of the standards that relate to keeping bees. And just a couple more things to share with you here. There are some special circumstances or issues that we wanted to address through the code. And so one relates to there are, I think since 1990, about 1,300 permits have been issued in Portland. Those permits don't expire. And so what we are saying is that for folks who have existing permits for animals, types of animals, numbers of animals that would exceed this new code, that they would be able to keep those animals for the life of those animals, but as those animals pass away, they would not be able to be replaced. They would have to then sort of come into compliance with the current city code. So for example, somebody who is maybe living on a lot that's 10,000 square feet or smaller, and they have an existing permit for 8 chickens, they would be allowed to keep those 8 chickens right now. But then as those chickens pass away, they wouldn't be able to replace them. They would have to then stick with the 4 chickens that are allowed under the new code. And then the other thing is that the code does not prohibit the slaughtering of backyard livestock or large livestock, provided that it's done in accordance with the Oregon State Department of Agriculture regulations related to slaughtering. So, so for people who want to use these animals to augment their family's source of food or meat, or for religious rites, that would be allowed under the code. And so lastly, before I finish and sort of take your questions, I just wanted to extend a thank you to 2 BPS staff who are really key in pulling all of this together. I am merely the messenger today. This hard work was done by others. In particular, Julia Giesler, who just retired a few weeks ago from the city, and she did all of the hard work of talking with stakeholders, researching best practices, and drafting the updated code that is before you today. And I really think she did an excellent job of really navigating complex issues. These animals they're issues people are very passionate about and have a lot of opinions about. And she came up with a proposal that I think really creates more certainty and transparency for residents and for neighbors, It minimizes the potential conflicts between neighbors, and it reduces the administrative costs and burdens for both the public and for local government. And then I also want to acknowledge Steve Cohen, who retired a couple of years ago, and he used to run our food policy and programs. And he was really instrumental in doing a lot of the extensive research that was done related to urban animal regulations and policies, what other jurisdictions are doing to help inform how we might approach this code update here in Portland. So I know I reviewed a lot of details, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good, Michelle. Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Fritz is teed up.
Thank you. That was a really good presentation. Oh, I'm glad you removed the thing staring at me. That was making me nervous.
Sorry.
So with regard to rabbits in particular, they're well known for having offspring, and I just looked up and they can have 14 babies in a litter. How long does a rabbit owner have to find homes or otherwise reduce the number of rabbits after a birth?
Let me look it up here really quick. So in the proposed code, someone would be on a standard size lot, be able to have 4 rabbits, except when the rabbits have had offspring. And so as long as those rabbits are under 12 weeks of age, they don't count towards that total of 4. So once they reach 12 weeks of age, then those rabbits would need to go on to their new owners, I guess.
or to the dinner table. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Colleagues, I remember the last time the code was updated was in 2008. So that was before I was on the council, but I was obviously paying attention. And I remember there was a lot of discussion about bees in particular, definitely support for keeping bees, and also concerns from people who have severe allergies to bees. So first of all, thank you to Michelle Krim for all of the information that she's given my staff and me over the past several days. Really appreciate it. My understanding from Michelle is that there are requirements for notification of neighbors when a beekeeper wants to put in it, wants to have bees, but they're currently in the administrative rules rather than the code. And I believe it would be helpful to have the requirement for the notification in the code. So again, that's a very clear standard that people could not say that they missed it. And so I would like to move an amendment to, let's see, I'll get my script up here. Add a new item to section 13.30.010, owner responsibilities. D, neighbor notification. Prior to installing beehives, beekeepers must send a letter to the owners of properties within 150 feet of the site outlining their intention to keep beehives on their property and how the provisions of this title and any administrative rules for best practices will be met. This letter shall include information on how to contact the beekeeper for more information, to ask questions, or to share feedback. Beekeepers shall keep documentation to prove this requirement has been met. This requirement is meant to allow neighbors an opportunity to become aware of and comment in an informal manner before the beehives are installed. By sharing information and concerns, all involved have the opportunity to identify ways to resolve potential conflicts. While the comments from the neighbors are not binding, a collaborative approach is encouraged.
Second, we have a motion from Commissioner Fritz for an amendment. I'll second that. Commissioner Fritz, is it your wish to keep the amendment open during public testimony?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good. It's on the table. Good. Very well. Michelle, thank you. That was an excellent presentation. We appreciate it. Thank you for all that you have done on this and many other matters. Thank you for coming before the council today. Any further questions before I ask Carla if we have testimony? Carla, do we have any public testimony on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we had one person sign up.
Good.
Robin Casey.
Hi, Robin. And then after Robin, we'll get to Commissioner Udaly. Robin, you're still muted.
There we go.
Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jess, and Robin is here with me. We are representing the Belmont Goats. So basically, we overlooked it, and there wasn't a lot of testimony in regards to it. But we were interested in what it looked like for the goats, and since we have been using city property, and then we have been temporarily zoning it as agricultural use, what does that look like under the new provisions?
If that completes your testimony, then we'll ask Michelle for a response to that. Michelle, are you still available to respond to that?
I am. I think if I understood the question, so what we're proposing is that standard goats in particular, so for lots that are 20,000 square feet or larger, that are zoned agricultural or have an approved conditional use, there would be no maximum number of miniature goats. And then I have to pull up my list here. For standard goats, it would be 2, and then 1 more for each additional 10,000 square feet of dedicated space. And so I think in the context of this question, it might be, I am not a land use planner, but is that conditional use or being zoned for agricultural use would determine the number and the size of the goats that could be on the property.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Good. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Michelle. Commissioner Daly.
Thank you, Mayor. Michelle, I understand this may be your last presentation to City Council.
It is, yeah.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for all the cute animal pics. We don't get many of those at City Council, and I grew up with quite a menagerie, so it brought back a lot of memories, both good and a little traumatizing, but very welcome relief. I just want to thank you for the work that you've done at the city, and say that you've been an ongoing example of how to listen, support, and elevate BIPOC voices at the city of Portland. Under your leadership, Portland's Climate Action Plan was developed as a visionary commitment to sustainability, but more importantly, as a plan that centers BIPOC communities in climate justice. So thank you for that. And I'm reading the thank you because this isn't an emergency item. We won't be voting and you won't be here next week.
Yeah.
So as our Chief Sustainability Officer, you have continued to reorient our climate and sustainability work in ways that deliver more equitable outcomes for BIPOC and low-income Portlanders. Your contributions as we set up the Portland Clean Energy Fund were one of many transformational efforts that you've led on behalf of the city that will greatly contribute to a more sustainable and just future. So thank you for that as well. I really respect your intention in choosing to step back right now, and by creating the opportunity for new leadership and engaging internal and external stakeholders to think through what will be most important for your successor. You've again set the city up for success. So you will be missed, and we will be eternally grateful for your service and contributions. And I wish you well on your next adventure.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Daly. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. We're all grateful to you. Very good, colleagues. There being no further business on this, Commissioner Fritz, why don't we vote? Your amendment didn't seem terribly controversial. We didn't get testimony. Why don't we go ahead and send it to second with the amendment intact? Would you have any objection if we called the roll on the amendment?
No, I'd like to do that now. Thank you.
Carla, please call the roll on the amendment.
Hardesty?
Can you come back to Hardesty? I was supposed to text her. I'm sorry. Hang on.
Daly.
Hang on.
This seems like a reasonable, friendly amendment. I think it's good for neighbors to communicate. I think it'd be particularly good for neighbors to have the phone number of whoever owns the swarm or the hive. And I vote yes.
Hardesty? You think she's on yet, or should I?
She'll be on in a sec. Why don't you come to me next?
I can do Fritz.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm, in some sense, the keeper of the bees, having sponsored the ban on the city using the neonicotinoids. And what I learned in that process is that it's very important for neighbors to know that things that they may not realize that they're putting on their yards, which may in fact harm the bees. So in addition to the potential for the anaphylactic shock from a bee sting, there's also the other way around. There's the two-way communication that's needed about sustainable yard practices. So that's another reason for proposing this. Thank you, Michelle, Krim. Thank you actually for everything you've done, and particularly for the beautiful message that you sent around today. It was really, really meaningful and deep, and I loved it. And thanks also to Astrid Dragoy and Claire Adamsick on my staff, who similarly are part of the Michelle Krim fan club. Aye.
Wheeler?
Before that, Commissioner Hardesty, are you back with us yet? Legal counsel, can we go ahead, even though she is, it says she's on the call, she is not, can we go ahead and vote this through just with 3 of us present?
So if you have enough votes for the.
We will. Okay, good. So Carla, you've called me. Thank you, Commissioner Fritz, for bringing this amendment forward. I really appreciate the spirit in which you have drafted this amendment, which is collaboration and communication between neighbors rather than a regulation or some other requirement. Thank you for that. I vote aye. The amendment is adopted. This is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading as amended. Michelle, again, thank you for all of your leadership and your service to the people of this city. You have set a glorious example of what a public servant is, and all of us are grateful to you. And while people in the city of Portland may not broadly recognize your contributions to this city, please note that all of us are thoroughly aware of your dedication, your service, your commitment, and the great works that you have done on behalf of all of us in this community. Thank you for your service. And we are now, colleagues, adjourned until 3:30 for we are in recess until our 3:30 time certain item. We stand in recess. like everybody's here. Carla, could you read item 633, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Refer a charter amendment to voters at the November 2020 general election to authorize a police oversight system.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. This sounds really off.
Yeah, we're getting some feedback somewhere. Why don't you give us a second here? Maybe Rick can look at this, or how's that now? Are we okay?
Oh, that sounds a lot better. Thank you. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the amendments.
Second.
You're muted, Mayor.
Commissioner Hardesty is making a motion to adopt amendments. I heard that and then it cut out. I'm sorry.
I seconded it.
Okay, and Commissioner Fritz has seconded it.
Mayor, I think we need to vote on the amendment.
Commissioner Hardesty, would you just like to briefly outline what the amendment does, please?
Yes, Commissioner Fritz, I'm happy to do that. And so a friendly amendment was submitted by the Mental Health Association of Oregon, asking us to include people with mental health issues, alcohol or drug addictions to the language of the ballot measure. And we all saw that as a friendly amendment, and that's what we're voting on.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for the amendment. Carla, please call the roll.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Daly. Fritz.
Just to clarify, this is putting it on the table. There will obviously be public testimony and we can amend later as well. Aye.
Daly. Call it one more time here.
Oh, aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. Amendments on the table.
Would you like me to continue, Mayor?
Yeah, are people able to hear me? I feel like the sound is cutting out. Is it okay?
Hear you just fine, sir.
All right, very good. Commissioner Hardesty, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. We're in a critical moment in our community as the community demands over policing and police accountability continues daily. It's not lost on me that every night violence is unleashed onto protesters protesting police brutality and threats to our First Amendment rights to free speech and assembly. I want to thank each and every one of my City Council colleagues for working with me on this ballot measure. I want to also thank the many community advocates and organizers who spent their time, energy, and provided feedback and language. I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to really appreciate the elders who've worked on this initiative around police oversight for more than 30 years. And I want to take a moment to appreciate Dr. T. Allen Bethel and Dr. Reverend Leroy Haynes, who both co-chair the Albina Ministerial Alliance Coalition for Justice and Police Reform. And we will be hearing from Dr. Haynes later in the program. I want to also thank Dan Handelman, who, I don't know, a meeting about police accountability that he's not at, taking notes. But we also have a young generation, a new generation of young leaders in our community who have taken up the fight for police accountability and reimagining what police accountability could look like in Portland. And so I want to shout out to Candace Avalos, Alex Davis, and Shanice Clark. You have given me many, many, many hours of counsel and with my staff on what young people need to see in order to see themselves represented in an accountable police department that serves their needs when they need it. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the auditor, because without the audits of Portland Police Bureau, a lot of information I've learned over the last 30 years would not have been possible for me to get, because getting information directly from the Police Bureau is normally slanted in a direction that does not serve the public interest in learning really how do we spend policing resources and how do we hold people accountable for the outcomes that we seek. I want to take a moment to really appreciate the thousands of people that every day take to the street to demand that we radically change the system of policing. And let me be very clear, without you, this moment in time would not be possible. I want to give you a short history, because there are those that say that I woke up one morning and decided to put this on the ballot. If only that were so. In May of 2000, then Mayor Veer Katz created a we created a work group after PIAC, which was the police accountability system in place at that time. All their members resigned out of frustration at not being able to hold police accountable for inappropriate behavior in our community. The majority report, which is available on IPR's website for anyone who doubts my my information. The very first recommendation they had was for a truly independent, community-led police oversight board with the ability to require officers to testify, with the ability to have independent investigations, and with the resources necessary to have a professional staff that would be accountable to the community. And so that was back in 2000, May 5th, 2003, Kendra James was killed at a traffic stop, and she was not in fact driving. Shortly after that, the AMA Coalition for Justice and Police Reform was formed to address the consistent overplacing of African Americans and other people of color throughout the city of Portland. From May through July of 2006, I happened to be working at Oregon Action. And working at Oregon Action, we hosted 5 community listening sessions with then Portland Police Chief Rosie Sizer, and we had them in every precinct area in the city of Portland. One was hosted by students at Open Meadows, and still that is the most talked about community listening sessions with police and community in the history of dialoguing with Portland Police. In January of 2007, then Mayor Tom Potter appointed me co-chair of the Racial Profiling Committee, and the other co-chair was Police Chief Rosie Sizer. For 2 years, that committee met, and most of the time, the police officers assigned to that committee debated whether or not racial profiling even exists, and actually said the police were, their feelings were hurt that we would call a committee racially profiled, because after all, Portland Police would never racially profile anyone. 2 years later, it was disbanded by then Mayor Tom Potter, who replaced it with the Human Rights Commission's subcommittee on police and community relations. And I cannot for the life of me mention one thing that came out of that committee's work. I mention all this to you not to pat myself on the back, not to say that progress has not been made, but I mention this so that you understand the deep history that the Portland community has experienced in their attempts to hold police accountable for inappropriate behavior. This is by no means a new conversation. In fact, we've had this conversation over and over and over again. What's changed is that there's now the community momentum and the political will to get us to where we are today. So why send it to the ballot? It is absolutely critical that all Portlanders get to weigh in on determining what community safety looks like and what community accountability looks like. For me, this new system of accountability comes down to two basic points. Accountability and oversight is really only one piece of the puzzle as we work to reimagine community safety. My vision remains centered on defunding, police alternatives, community investments, demilitarization, and decriminalizing community members. There have been questions about why a new system? Why not just continue to tinker around the edges of systems that don't work? In my years of doing this work, the community has continually asked for a truly empowered, independent accountability system. An effective accountability system absolutely needs to have community trust and buy-in, both things which the current system does not have. Even to this day, not to any individual's fault, but rather to the fault of the system itself. This current system is built around a core principle that police should be in charge of police discipline. The new system operates to ensure the police are held accountable to the community they are sworn to protect and serve. Police officers are the only agency with the power to make life and death decisions. That requires a strong accountability system to ensure that power isn't abused. I am thrilled that we have reached this moment to consider something new while learning lessons from our past. I am grateful to all the people who signed up today to make their voice part of this historic record. And I know my colleagues have many thoughts and questions that they want to share. And so I am going to stop. I have comments I will make in closing as we prepare for the vote. But I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up today, making your voice heard. And let me be clear, this is not the end, not by a long shot. This is merely the beginning of us working together to reimagine how we can create a community that is safe for all. And I will add one more point, and this is directly to the men and women of Portland Police Bureau and to your families. Do not fear accountability if you are a good community police officer. In fact, you should want to embrace accountability because the officers who don't want accountability are making you look really, really bad. And so I hope that the good men and women within Portland Police Bureau will join with us and not fight us on making sure that we have a police bureau that is accountable to the community. Thank you so much for allowing me to open, Mayor, and thank you all for your support today.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. And is there a presentation, or did you want to jump right into Q&A?
Oh, no, sir. I have Derek Bradley from my office who will do a short presentation, and then we will just jump into public testimony.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. For the record, my name is Derek Bradley. I'm Commissioner Hardesty's Policy Director. I'm going to give a short presentation. We have 8 invited testimony participants. After that, we've asked our invited testimony participants to keep their testimony to 3 minutes each, because we know we have a lot of members of the public here to testify. There are some of our invited testimony participants that have some time crunches this afternoon. So if it's all right with you, I would like to answer your first round of questions after the completion of invited testimony, so we can make sure that everyone that has time pressure is going to be able to still provide their testimony. I can do a round of questions before we go into public testimony, and I will be available for another round of questions at the conclusion of public testimony as well. So, broadly speaking, I am happy to answer questions when they're available about any specific section, but we approached this as a sort of looking at 3 different broad areas of policy that we wanted this charter amendment to address. Adequate independence, substantial resources, and the sufficient powers to discipline officers and affect the Bureau. Some of those things, resources include not only the budget, but ensuring that there's a professional staff available. Adequate independence included not only independence from elected offices, but adequate, the substantial enough powers to gather evidence and conduct investigations. And then discipline included the ability to make a final say in discipline. And also we heard loud and clearly from community members that any new system to really make the type of impact necessary would have to have some kind of direct ability to directly influence and impact policies and directives of the Portland Police Bureau. The process was based off multiple national best practice campaigns, years of community conversations and history that have happened throughout Portland's history. Outreach to dozens of groups, numerous community meetings, multiple drafts shared with community partners as well as council offices, with edits made to reflect these changes, the changes that they suggested, countless individual conversations between our office and community members. I'm very impressed with the amount of engagement we received from the community and how many people put in a lot of time focusing on this issue very quickly. There's a lot more work to be done after this, but a lot of people stepped up to help make sure that this is as strong a product as it is now. I know my commissioner will take time in her closing remarks to highlight some of those people, but we would be here for a very long time if we went through every single name of everyone that was able to provide some level of assistance on that. Next steps. So if this is passed and referred to the voters, in the month of August, I will be drafting and coordinating with other areas of city government explanatory statement that will appear on the ballot in the voter pamphlet statement. After that, September and October will involve community input and other input from commission offices around a follow-up implementing ordinance that would establish a commission. And this commission would meet for an extended period of time, and they would hash out all the details needed to build up a new institutional organization. So this implementing ordinance will be sort of creating a mission statement for this commission. And that'll pass shortly after the election in November, should the voters vote to support and authorize this new police accountability system. After that, the commission will work as a community-driven entity with some support from City Hall. I think she's able to answer questions, but is not going to be led and driven by members of commission offices. And they will eventually return at the end of their tenure with a final council or code change packet that will then be considered by council. And upon adoption of that, will begin the execution of a transition plan, which they will have mapped out ahead of time, sort of flip the switch into beginning this new board. It's going to be a lengthy process, but it's going to be lengthy because we're going to make sure that we we figure out any questions that are remaining, any challenges, confusion, get the definitions we need, the organizational structure we require to make this successful, and so that when it begins operating, it's coming from a very strong foundation. There's been a lot of comments around timing, timing to respond to the and so like, why now? Why are we doing this now and in the way we're doing? For starters, this is a response to an unprecedented movement and an unprecedented unified voice in the community for action on police reform to be taken. This is an opportunity for the voters of Portland to have a direct say in the future of policing in their community. And this is an opportunity that allows for the work of the commission to work in tandem with the Charter Review Commission. So if there is any additional changes that need to be made, we need to get not one, but two options at altering this new charter chapter. And I would like to thank Commissioner Fritz for forwarding that idea to us early in the process. It was very helpful, and we've been enthusiastic at it ever since we heard of it. There are plenty of good questions that could be asked around this proposal, and I'm happy to entertain those, as I said, hopefully at the conclusion of our invited testimony. But I would like to get into our invited testimony as soon as possible, and we are going to start with our first panelist. And Carla, I think I'm doing this right if I'm just announcing this here. Representative Tana Sanchez first, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Are we good? All right, fabulous. For the record, Tana Sanchez, State Representative, House District 43, North and Northeast Portland. First of all, let me just say there are so many things that I want to talk to you all about, but clearly we are very limited on time, so I'm going to try to be somewhat brief. I really did want to talk about just history in general, history of this state, history of you know, the whole process of policing and power and control structures and all of those wonderful things that we don't have time for. But they exist. Power and control exists. You know, patriarchal structures exist, and they have existed forever. You know, racism and oppression exist. You know, I have to say I'm born and raised here in Oregon. Spent most of my life here in Portland. I have been racially profiled. I have been stopped by the police, and one time I was not asked the question. I will admit, when I'm stopped by the police, it's because I have a lead foot and I often forget to turn my headlights on. But pretty much every time, except for that once, I was asked, have you been drinking? Because they look at a brown person with beadwork hanging from the rear view mirror and they make that assumption that I've been drinking. I haven't drank in over 43 years, so that's not happening. But that's what exists here in this state, and in particular in this city. So we have to deal with those things. And, you know, the question was asked earlier, why now? Why do we have to rush this through? I think we've been trying to rush this through for some time. Maybe not rushing. We've been pushing hard. I have been in many, many different police accountability conversations over the years, and we have tried so hard to move things. And we simply have to recognize that we are in a moment of time where shift is necessary, where we actually have to do what we say we're going to do. We actually have to hold ourselves accountable to the things that we've been trying to get done for a very, very long time. And, you know, I have to say, as a legislator, as a human being, there's nothing wrong with holding yourself accountable. I have to do it all the time. Every time I look at the different decisions that I'm making in the legislature, every time I look at the different decisions that I make in my own house, you know, with the foster kids that I've had, with, you know, with the families and communities that I serve at NAF Family Center, we're always looking at all of the different decisions that we make and saying, how do we hold ourselves accountable and to a higher standard than what we've been in the past? And that's where we need to be at this moment in time. Let us hold ourselves to a better standard and figure that part out, because accountability is not a bad thing. It's an important thing. It's what we do to make ourselves better human beings. That's what I do as a Native person, to recognize that in 7 generations, something has to be better for those kids, those people going forward. That's my job, is to make it better for 7 generations to come. I think this is a moment in time that we cannot afford not to shift and change. We have to look at the different things, the political structures that existed and how those have gone wrong in the past. We have to look at the dynamics of our structures of policing and say, okay, that's not working. And recognize that there are some amazing police officers out there. There are some wonderful people. My niece is a police officer. There's some really, really great people doing great work out there, but they're being held back by those voices and those things, those bad things that accuse me of drinking, or, you know, hurt somebody inadvertently or do things that are just not appropriate and disrespect people because we're sitting in a power structure place. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to, again, recognize that these things have existed for a very, very long time. It's up to us to make that shift and change and to do it now while we have the chance to make it work. We all have our eyes open right now. We're all seeing what's happening. We can't afford to continue to close our eyes and pretend this isn't happening. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Representative
greatly
Sung.
appreciated. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I was just thanking the representative. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Could we please next have City Commissioner-elect Carmen Rubio?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm really, really honored to be here, both as, in this capacity and also as the Executive Director of Latino Network. We're a Latinx and immigrant serving community-based nonprofit. And we stand in solidarity with our Black and Latinx families and communities in the calls for concrete, demonstrable, anti-racist systems change in the city of Portland. And I'm also here in my capacity, as mentioned, as your future colleague on City Council, to urge you to support this Oversight Charter change proposal. I want to start by first acknowledging and thanking Commissioner Hardesty for her decades of advocacy and for her staff and their countless hours working with community, and also the hundreds of deeply invested community members that I know Commissioner Hardesty and her staff engaged, and whose advocacy is really represented in this work today. It's a critical step towards finally answering the decades-long community calls for justice and for true police accountability in our city. The deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and the numerous others remind us every single day about the pervasiveness of systemic racism and the clear need for those in leadership positions to act on community demands for transparency, accountability, and justice. And these calls deeply resonate with Latinx and immigrant communities because for many, there's little or no connection or trust to government institutions, and they live under constant threat and fear of ICE, fear of arrests and detainments, anti-immigrant harassment, and economic exploitation. And this is precisely why we have a deep commitment and obligation as a community to speak up and stand up to dismantle anti-Black racism and to join the call for substantial changes that center communities and value Black lives. And at the City of Portland, the city has a responsibility to create accountability measures that center those that are currently and historically been affected by harmful misconduct. And this proposal moves the city closer to meaningful engagement and justice that Portlanders demand. And for more than 60 days, thousands of Portlanders have been calling for real changes, substantive changes in actual policies, funding, and structural change. And this message has been very loud, clear, and unwavering. And now it's time for Portland to act upon the values that we say we have, but we haven't always consistently or effectively acted upon. And this is precisely what called me to city service. And I consider it a profound honor to soon be able to serve on behalf of Portlanders whom are so clearly committed to uplifting justice. And recognizing accountability at all levels enables all of us to be safer and better as a community. And as much as I want to, I'm not yet able to cast a vote in today's historic referral, but it's an opportunity that you all have today, and it's really important. So please support this proposal. We must continue to be bold in this moment and not shy away from the responsibility to address the deep wounds that centuries of systemic oppression have caused. And this decision made today by this council will matter for generations. So let's show our community that their city is listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner-elect. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
May I just make a comment, please?
Commissioner Fritz.
Commissioner-elect Carmen Rubio, it gives me great delight to say that on camera or in this meeting, and I'm truly honored that you'll be succeeding into the seat that I'm currently holding. I have worked very closely with Commissioner Hardesty and Derek on this proposal, and as is my policy when I've contributed to something and my suggestions have been incorporated in the document, I will be voting in support of it. I am, of course, going to listen to public testimony, and there may be some amendments, but I, like you, believe that this is a necessary step and we have to listen. So please know that I am listening to you, and I will continue to do so for my remaining time in office.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And next we have Portland City Auditor Mary Hull Caballero.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. What a moment we are in. It is at once one of sadness, hope, and opportunity. Sadness for the family of George Floyd and so many others. Hope that this moment is a lasting pivot to a more just world for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Opportunity to make government more responsive, inclusive, and accountable. I join with Portlanders who want their values of community safety aligned with the policing and emergency response delivered by the City of Portland. I am attentive to the voices of people who have been left out of the benefits of government while carrying more than their share of its burdens. And the work of the Auditor's Office reflects and prioritizes that awareness. I also know that so much more needs to be done. This moment is also one in which decisions made in haste may have us looking back in a few years, wishing we'd proceeded with a bit more care to get it right. The proposal under consideration today is presumed to be in response to demands for a different police oversight system. Not a better system, just different. We can't tell if it would be better because we haven't had time for due diligence, to weigh the pros and cons, to understand the hurdles to implementation, or to simply have our questions answered. We haven't had a moment to help the public understand that officers in the proposed system will be held to the same work rules that exist today unless they are changed, and that the same legal protections will also apply. Those of us who've worked daily in civilian oversight know the obstacles and how hard they are to change. Magical thinking won't make these existing constraints go away. I appreciate the dilemma. There is an urgent call for change. People are in the streets. Emotions are running high. Do something, City Council, do something. I urge you, however, to do the smart thing so the people of Portland get a better oversight system, not just a different one. I urge you to do what only the four of you can do. Govern through a fraught time. Hew to the values of sound public governance, transparency, integrity, accountability, and inclusion. None of those values have been present in the development of this proposal. You are being asked to refer an unvetted, unrefined model of oversight that throws out the best of what works in the current system for a hazy promise of something better down the road. It rests on a foundation of misinformation, repeated over and over from here to there with such constancy that the truth cannot compete. You are being asked to write with a permanent pen instead of a pencil, to imprint unvetted concepts in charter that could easily be put in city code and remedied if they prove to be unwise or unworkable. Are you prepared to commit to spend as much on this oversight model in perpetuity as you do for the entire auditor's office? That's what guaranteeing the proposed model's budget and charter would do. Are you prepared to lose the civilian oversight expertise, cultural competence, and years of experience that exist today when the public servants who dedicate themselves to police accountability drift away for a more certain future? That's the likelihood, as it will take years before the committee described in this proposal figures out the details and works through the policy, legal, and contractual issues. A thoughtful schedule of code changes paired with a transition plan would be a better course ahead than the chaos that will result in civilian oversight in the interim. Please do not take lightly your duty to ensure that a referral from this council to the ballot signals to the voters that it is ready for their consideration. There may be a time when this proposal, fully developed, vetted, and tested, will be worthy of such a vote, November 2020 is not that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
And next, I believe we have Dr. Leroy Haynes.
Dr. Haynes, you're still muted. There you go. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Dr. Haynes, I'm sorry, somehow it muted again. See if you can hit that one more time. There you go.
Okay. To our distinguished mayor and city commissioners of the Portland City Council, since 2003, with the killing of Kendra James by Portland police officer while unarmed, the Urbana Minister Alliance Coalition for Justice and Police Reform has demanded the creation of an independent police review board with subpoena power to compel testimony. Some of our initial leaders, like Bishop A. Wells of Emmanuel Temple and Dr. W.G. Hardy of Holland Christian Center, have gone on to glory since that time. The AMA Coalition for Justice and Police Reform, with its 25 community partners, civic organizations, faith organizations, and civil rights organizations, have waged a relentless struggle for more than 2 decades to reform the Portland Police Bureau. We were participants in the initial founding of the IPR and the Citizen Review Board. These organizations were always thought of as interim structures moving towards true oversight and accountability of the Portland Police Bureau. We were the community representatives in the settlement agreement between the United States Department of Justice and the city of Portland, and was given enhanced amicus curiae status by federal judge Michael Simon in the suit. We have continued to fight on the streets of Portland for reform of the Portland Police Bureau and in the courts to stop the killings of Black and brown people and mentally ill people by some members of the Portland Police Bureau. Yet we still find that after substantive improvements in training and updating of policies and practices, some members of the Portland Police Bureau continue to practice on using unjustifiable deadly force and excessive force against Black and brown people and mentally ill persons or persons perceived to be mentally ill. One of the most valuable means of transforming the killing of unarmed citizens in the city of Portland is the lack of real accountability. There are no consequences when unarmed Black and brown people and mentally ill people are either beaten to death or killed by deadly force in the city of Portland. This is why the AMA, Coalition for Justice and Police Reform, has supported the need for an independent citizen review board with subpoena power to compel testimony. And finally, my conclusion, the late Dr. Martin Luther King, as well as the late Congressman John Lewis, would often say, there are those who often tell Black people to wait for freedom, to wait for justice, to wait for equality, to wait for police accountability. But both King and John Lewis will say, we've been waiting too long. We've been waiting 400 years of slavery. We've been waiting 100 years of Jim Crow. We've been waiting since this. Now is the time for freedom, justice, and equality, and police accountability. The present structures that we have do not have the authority and the power to be able to hold police officers accountable. And the reason I know that because I helped created them. And so this is the importance and the significance of having an independent, and that word independent is crucial, an independent civilian police review board with power to compel testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Haynes. We appreciate your testimony.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I could just take a moment.
Yes, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Reverend Leroy Haynes, I just want to publicly appreciate you for all the years that you have been fighting for what today seems like a very small reform. And I just want to honor the legacy and the shoulders that I stand on because of the work that you've done in this community for so many years. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Will Lang.
Thank you, Derek. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great. My name is Will Lang. I'm the Executive Director of Portland Jobs with Justice, a coalition of labor unions and community groups taking action for workers' rights and economic justice, especially for those most marginalized in our community, such as people of color, immigrants, LGBTQ people, and women. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony supporting Commissioner Hardesty's Charter Amendment ballot referral. For many years, Portland Jobs with Justice has worked with allied groups to hold police accountable for actions that brutalize those from marginalized communities by bringing a workers' rights perspective to the struggle for community oversight of police. I'm here today to support referring the proposed charter amendment to city voters. Portlanders by the tens of thousands have demonstrated lately in support of the Black Lives Matter movement, with renewed calls for us to recognize and repair the harm done to Black Portlanders targeted by our criminal justice system, as well as the mentally ill in our community. At my kids' school, Sabin Elementary in Northeast, hundreds of kids, employees, and parents marched on the day before school ended, taking over streets near the school, one of many similar school-based demonstrations in our part of town. I believe that now is our moment to take bold action that has been denied for far too long to marginalized communities in Portland. The proposed charter amendment is a huge step toward a vision of true justice. The measure is certainly not going to solve all the problems with our police, but engaging the community broadly at this time to have a direct say over our public policy, over who indeed our police work for, will help us all to take the movement to lasting victories. A well-funded and diverse board of community representatives with the powers envisioned in the Charter Amendment, along with the changes the community demands in the Police Association's contract, makes sense from a workers' rights perspective. Police officers with the extraordinary powers they are given to detain, arrest, and use deadly force also carry a great responsibility to ensure that their actions are free from racism and other discriminatory practices. As Portland Police Association President Daryl Turner himself said in November at a public forum, we recognize we are held to a higher standard, but that doesn't mean we can give up our rights. Officers will be heard and able to present the case and use of force incidents. Our current system of police oversight bodies has failed to center the community. With this oversight board, we can actually hold police to the higher standard we know that they must have. Working people, including union members and unions, are realizing like never before that the twin evils of structural racism and corporate power must be challenged together by our movement, including with police and their unions, if we truly mean that we believe in the dignity of Black lives. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for your work bringing forward these needed changes. I urge the commissioners to support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Alex Davis.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I want to first recognize Commissioner Hardesty and thank her and her office for taking on this issue. I know how hard you all have worked on it. And I want to recognize the last 30 years of work that you've done on this issue in our city. And I don't think you get enough praise for what you've done. But that's to preface my statement. Today I would like to use this opportunity to ask you to adopt Commissioner Hardesty's proposal to change the city charter to establish a completely independent civilian oversight board, police oversight board. As we grapple with the issue of police brutality and our own community has been subject to an unlawful occupation by federal officers, it is clear that Portlanders are demanding a new direction in regards to public safety. Many of our fellow citizens, including myself, have little or no faith in the Portland Police Bureau. I believe this oversight board will be a tremendous first step in establishing public trust in the Bureau. And I also have full faith that the express purposes of this board will be met, as this measure has been carefully crafted by a diverse group of longtime community activists and civic leaders. Powers of this board include subpoena power, adequate budget that is no less than 5% of the PPB budget, the power to compel officer testimony and conduct thorough investigation. A board of this nature has been repeatedly requested by longtime police accountability activists for over 30 years. I would also like to address and respectfully, and I mean respectfully, disagree with the criticism that this ballot measure is a, quote, bold request. Is it a bold request to give the community a substantial voice in a bureau that receives nearly $250 million of our tax dollars? Is it a bold request to involve members from historically over-policed communities in cases of police abuse and bias? For too long, the power and the relationship between the police and the community has been vested in the police. Now, in order to move forward, the power must be vested in those for whom it truly belongs, the citizens. Finally, I would like to speak from my experience as an African-American man. I personally feel unsafe on our city streets when I'm in the presence of Portland police. I'm fully aware that if an officer is so inclined, he or she can brutalize, verbally abuse, or worse, knowing full well that there is very little chance of accountability from the police bureau or the community, all the while being paid with my tax dollars. That is the reason why I'm asking you to not only vote to approve sending this ballot measure to the voters, but to do so unanimously. If the city of Portland really wants to proclaim that Black Lives Matter and be at the forefront of progressivism, a good starting point to building a fair system for the community and the police would be having a citizen oversight bureau board. Thank you.
Appreciate your perspective. Thank you, Alex.
And next we have Candace Avalos.
Hello, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Candace Avalos. I'm a first-generation Black-Tina living in Northeast Portland, and I came here to add my voice of strong support for this ballot measure. I also serve as chair of the Citizen Review Committee, but I am not speaking for the CRC in official capacity today. Our systems of police accountability have no teeth. I know you're familiar with that saying because many of you have acknowledged this very thing. And yet, years of advocacy by community leaders, advisory boards, and concerned citizens has barely moved the needle on elected leaders taking decisive, bold action to address this. Despite IPR's many limitations, I do believe the staff in this office have done their best with what is available to them. But good intentions in a broken system is no longer enough. Over 60 days of protests have highlighted the frustration of a community that has spent decades asking, even begging, for meaningful reforms to our systems of police accountability. I support this measure for three main reasons. First, I have participated in Commissioner Hardesty's process to develop this ballot measure over the last few weeks. And with the help of community leaders, criminal justice reform experts, and city attorneys, we put an enormous amount of work to translate what the community has been asking for decades into a comprehensive plan to finally create an oversight board with the power and authority it needs to hold the police accountable. I reject any notion that says there has not been enough time to create this. What have the powers that be done with all the community feedback we've collected over the many years? How many more years do we need to spend repeating our demands before leaders actually take our requests seriously? It's time for less talking and more action. The data and community input is there. Secondly, this measure leaves a lot of opportunity to adjust the intention and application of this new oversight board. As with any good framework, the referral as written gives a number of ways to preserve the community's intent and laws and legal interpretations as legal interpretations change in the future. Bringing this measure directly to the voters also gives the people an opportunity to weigh in over the next few months. Plus, this is coming at a great time where it can coincide with the reforms in the special legislative session this fall, the police contract negotiations in January, and if language needs to be tweaked, then luckily for us, the Charter Review Commission is being put together and they can take up those issues in that process. And thirdly, the biggest reason I support this measure is because the new oversight body will be able to pass policy recommendations for PPP that if they don't accept them, will go to City Council for a vote. Those of us on all these accountability boards put our hard, free labor into making policy recommendations that today just get simply ignored by PPP. This has been incredibly frustrating and does not inspire confidence that PPP will do anything that is not mandated by the City Council. Now we have a way to hold everyone accountable for acting on the hard work of community members. We cannot keep tinkering around the edges of a system that was never truly designed to do what the community needs it to do. We owe it to Portlanders to respond to their nightly demands for justice with bold legislation that addresses the heart of the protests, truly independent review of the police to hold them accountable for the harm they caused the community. I ask you on the Portland City Council to please stand with us on the side of change and enthusiastically vote yes on this ballot measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace.
And finally, we have for invited testimony, Jason Kafori.
Thanks. Can everybody hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Jason. You're good to go.
Thank you. From before I was born, the Portland police have been a law unto themselves, completely unchecked by the citizens of our city. They investigate their own through internal affairs. The process is not transparent, and complaints about excessive or deadly force are almost never sustained. Our firm has won the largest and third largest police excessive verdicts in Portland history, along with 6 other highly publicized verdicts against police abuse over the last 10 years. I'm not aware of any discipline or investigation of these abusive acts as a result of these jury verdicts. Sadly, our various attempts at citizens review in this city have not had the power to change how the Portland police operate or to get rid of officers who abuse our citizens. In fact, from police chief to police chief, abusive officers have risen in the ranks, not been removed from the department, starting with Kroger, the Nazi sympathizer, moving to Sergeant Besner, who shot a college student in the back and has cost the city over $1 million of taxpayer money. Moving on to Sergeant Nice and Officer Humphreys, who killed James Chassé. And then Humphreys went on to shoot a 12-year-old African-American girl with a beanbag during a Max Fair stop. The police call themselves a paramilitary force, but ultimately, the question for this city council is, are we, the citizens, in control of our own police department? Democracies have citizens in control of their military. Same principle should apply to our city police department. This movement, this moment may not come again. We need to stand in support of the Black Lives Matter, this racial justice movement, and create real police accountability. We've been researching for weeks all other attempts at citizen review models across the country. They lack at least one of 3 things: the money to adequately do their work, the power to truly investigate, subpoena, compelling testimony, and 3, the power to discipline officers. This would have all 3, and this Hardesty-led initiative will be historic. I think it will be the best model in the entire country for a citizens review board if we pass this along to the voters and it passes. Perhaps the most glaring example I've seen of IA investigating citizen abuse and going nowhere, as reported today in the Oregonian. Officer Bruders, a 6'7", 260-pound officer in early 2011, punched Jason Cox 7 times in the face on video while he was being tased and lying face down on the pavement. That's what Mr. Cox looked like after the video. That led to the largest police verdict against the Portland police in the history of this city, $562,000, every dollar we asked for. IA had the video years earlier. In fact, IPR investigated that incident with letters signed by the head of IA, Chris Davis, now our deputy police chief. All of it was nonsense. Despite having the video, they said that Cox furrowed his brow and stared intently. He failed to comply with commands. He clenched his fist. He assumed a fighting posture. It's all nonsense, but I read these all day long. You as a city council don't get access to these IA files when citizens complain, and I do. And this is the same nonsense we see, even with video evidence to back it up. So what happens? Officer Bruters, instead of being terminated for this largest verdict in the history, he's worked as a police bureau background investigator for the last few years, where he started sexually harassing and intimidating a fellow female employee. This went on for years. She complained about this sexually abusive behavior. IA investigated. 4 out of 5 of her complaints were dismissed. And after her complaints, she was recently let go. If that story doesn't show you the problem that continues to exist at the Portland Police and the fact that citizens need to be able to investigate, discipline, and potentially terminate bad officers, I don't know whatever will convince you. Thank you so much. Please do the right thing for our city.
Thank you, Jason.
That concludes our invited testimony. I want to just take a brief moment again to thank everyone that agreed to provide their invited testimony for us and for participating in the process of crafting this measure. I am now happy to take questions from commissioners and the mayor. Also happy to do some now and some at the end of public testimony, whatever works best for you all.
Yeah, why don't we take a pause here, Derek, and see if there's questions right now on the substance of the resolution. Colleagues, any questions thus far? I'll go ahead and jump in, Derek. I've got a few. First of all, and these are related to questions that I've heard, and I just want to get responses on the record. You and I have had the opportunity to talk about some of these things. First is the question around the legality of what we are putting forward to the ballot. As you know, it's no secret that there are those who are questioning the legality of this. Built into the resolution is a severability clause. In effect, it states that each section is treated separately, so to the extent that a provision is found to be inconsistent with the law, that provision therefore would become invalidated. So the question I have is, first of all, do we know if this is legal at this time? And if not, what are the specific issues that you would highlight right now as being the key issues we should be aware of? And is it possible to resolve these issues prior to this going to the ballot in November?
Great question, Mr. Mayor. First, I'll use this as an opportunity to give a very enthusiastic thank you and shout out to the City Attorney's Office, who had multiple attorneys putting in a lot of work over these 4 weeks and making themselves available at all manners of hours for my questions and feedback. We've done a lot, they've done a lot of analysis and diving into this, and my understanding and our office's understanding is that the way that this is drafted is legal. This is going to stand up to legal challenges. And there's another escape valve in there outside of severability, which is towards the beginning of the charter language, which highlights that this can't go into effect until a few outside changes happen. And there's a few, there's currently state law and the collective bargaining agreement that do provide some limitations on what we can do, particularly in the type of system we're drafting now. But this is, it's a multi-headed issue. And this is an attempt to create a system that provides outward pressure to get the changes that we need to get the type of accountability system that Portlanders deserve. We're already in conversation and working with city attorney and government relations on changes that could be done as early as an August special session in Salem. And if not then, we have a full session next year. There's a collective bargaining agreement process starting early next year that provides opportunities in that arena. There is a length of time. This is a lot, as we commented in my presentation, there's a long runway between now and when we would be really flipping the switch, as it were. But even beyond, when that moment occurs, there's language in there highlighting that legal responsibilities of the city must be met before this goes into effect. And, we are already actively engaged on pursuing the types of changes that need to be made, and have a lot of hope that the voice of the people that have led us to be here and making this decision today will put pressure on other decision makers and other avenues to come to similar conclusions.
All right, and so Derek, just to restate this, I'm hearing you express confidence that this does meet the threshold of legality, and in the event that there is anything that is yet to be resolved, that would be resolved prior to this going into effect. Is that a fair restatement of what you just said?
That's a fair restatement of what I just said, my understanding of it, and I do know that, yeah, I would say that's a fair restatement.
Okay, and Commissioner Hardesty, did you want to jump in on that, or could I ask my next question?
No, Mayor, you can ask your next question. Derek was so brilliant, I can't add anything to it.
Very good, excellent. So my next question, and you know this part gave me some pause, and that is the question of specifying budgetary language in the context of a charter amendment, because that would in effect bind future city councils to a very specific budget for this particular program, which would make it extraordinary amongst all city programs. And so my question is, could you put on the record the justification for that particular amount, as well as the justification for enshrining that budget in the city charter?
Another great question, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for it. So, I'd say that, first of all, this wasn't a number that was pulled out of a hat. This was reviewed through, this was a number that was generated by multiple national campaigns that we both pulled from and then had discussions with community about, does this seem like an opportunity, like what the best path forward is in terms of a number. And so this was a lot of different input to get there. As for enshrining it in the charter, one of the big goals of this charter chapter is to create the framework of how this is going to move forward and ensuring that a lot of the goals of this new institution are guaranteed to be met. And a big problem we've seen in the country that I've had conversations with people working in other cities, review boards. They start off when there's a big push for public pressure. They got the funds they need. And then slowly and surely, as pressure mounts from other angles, those are whittled away. Those are, it's reduced. The work becomes harder to meet. Public trust decreases because not as much work is getting done because there's not enough resources. And so there's a mechanism that is available to city councils in the future to reduce this budget. And that is to reduce the operational budget of the Portland Police Bureau. And this is a number that we feel, my commissioner office feels, and a lot of community members feel, that is sufficient enough to get the type of work done that needs to be done. So why put it in the charter other than just, why put it in the charter? One more thing I'll say is a common statement you hear, I would say, batted around American cities across the country is that at the core, the service that a city provides is public safety in one form or another. And that's the guarantee at the baseline. We're the ones providing fire, police, 911 response. And so those are never really debated when it comes to we need to make sure we have ample resources to keep our civilians safe. This is just another plank in that promise to the constituents of Portland, that there will be an adequate amount of funding to ensure that when misconduct occurs, or even if someone thinks misconduct has occurred, there will be enough resources to go through a process where the public and the police bureau can say at the end, oh, there was no misconduct, and enough resources were given to that for us to trust that outcome, or there was misconduct and we can trust that outcome as well.
Okay, and Derek, are you confident, given some of the recent statements that have been made by the Portland Police Association, that we will be able to get through the collective bargaining required to make this operational?
That's a tricky question to ask someone that's not on the city's negotiating team, but I will say that there are multiple avenues forward on that. There's the collective bargaining angle where we could come to an agreement, and it is an absolute commitment from our office that this end product will have a fair and robust due process system in place for anyone that is accused of misconduct. And so real argument to be made that rank and file police officers should be pushing union leadership to explore this option and see what this looks like in the future. And so negotiations can go on making this a reality. There's an opportunity, if this has to go to arbitration, that an arbitrator will see a charter amendment hopefully overwhelmingly supported by the will of voters as a really powerful statement of what is in the best interests of the constituents and public of Portland. And finally, there are avenues for change at the state legislative level around what the requirements are for what we need to do. So there's different ways that you can get there. They're all being explored currently. Which way, crystallizes first and works best is something that, we have, there's this discussion that we don't have enough flexibility in this process that we're pursuing. I would say my answer to this question highlights just how much flexibility we do have given how we've set this up and the timing at which we're executing this vision.
Very good. And I just have one other question, then I'll open it up for whoever else might have some preliminary questions here. So my understanding from IPR Director Ross Caldwell is that they're experiencing a surge in investigations. Most of those, of course, are demonstration related. Portlanders are still relying on the current system to hold the Portland Police Bureau accountable to the public which it serves. Do you have any concern about the impact that this proposal might have on the system in the interim, particularly as complaints continue to roll in and investigations continue to be opened? Are we being thoughtful about what this transition looks like? Can you speak to that?
Certainly. I mean, it would be naive to not have any concern around changing to a new system having an impact on, existing systems before the new one could go into place. And so there's certainly, you have to be mindful of that. But that's where the next steps come in that I highlighted in my presentation. This is, a transition plan in a charter language, I think, into an agreement was not where it belonged. I think it's my office's intention to be having discussions with other council offices, community members, particularly community members and groups that would have concerns about what would happen to the current, if they had a complaint about the police in the upcoming years as this is getting laid out, and the current systems in place, including IPR, CRC, about what does the transition plan look like and how do we ensure that when we come back in November, again, hopefully after overwhelming support from the public, and we have an implementing resolution that contains mechanisms in it to help with this runway process. And it's going to be an important discussion in the next few months. It's one that I know a lot of members of the community are interested in participating in. I've heard from every office and city council that that's something they want to give thought to. And it's something we've begun discussing and giving thought to. And so I don't have the details for you today on what that mandate and that transition within that follow-up resolution will be, but I do have for you a commitment that it will be something that will be given attention, that will be given consideration, and that all different corners that may be impacted by this will have an opportunity to weigh in on.
Thank you, Derek. I appreciate it. Colleagues, any further questions at this point? Seeing none, we will go to public testimony. Carla, how many folks do we have signed up today?
We had 92 register, Mayor, but I show about 48 are on the line.
All right, and unless any of my colleagues strenuously object, I would propose that we limit testimony to 2 minutes so that we can get through everybody who is signed up today. And through prior arrangement, I have determined that at least for the next 90 minutes, I will turn the gavel over to the Senate President, and then I will take up after that. So Commissioner Fritz, I'll let you take up the role from this moment forward for the next 90 minutes.
I think I just got a promotion to Senate President. I don't know.
No, that's a demotion. That is absolutely a demotion from the Council President. I want to be crystal clear about that. I have cast aspersions on you, and I apologize. Council President Fritz has the gavel.
All right, I accept that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Carla, if you could please call people in order.
Yes, Madam President. The first person is Grady Preston II.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, well done.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Grady Preston. I live in Southeast Portland. I am definitely in favor of this item proceeding. The current system of civilian oversight is not working. It does not result in officers being held accountable for profiling, maiming, and killing our friends, family, or neighbors. Any new system must lead to different outcomes. While this measure is not the only change we need to hold police accountable and transform how we conceive of community safety in Portland, it could be a key part of that long-term transformative work. As long as police exist until we defund and dismantle the Portland Police Bureau, it is critical that we have an oversight system to hold police accountable for misconduct and ensure the public are in charge of their police bureau. This measure addresses several key shortcomings of our current system. It allows the new board to fully and independently review case information and propose discipline rather than rely on Police Bureau Internal Affairs Division. That means the board would not be beholden to BPB's narrative of events like the Independent Police Review, IPR, and the Citizen Review Committee, CRC, are today. The board would be fully independent without interference from the City Council. This board would be able to investigate, discipline, and also recommend charges and police policy and practice rather than dividing these into separate processes. We cannot divorce the way police operate and practice from the policies and procedures they follow. During the transition from IPR and the CRC to this new body, we must preserve the work of the current IPR and CRC, as the mayor said earlier. It would be wrong to dismantle those systems before a new one is in place, because it would leave Portland Police Bureau Internal Affairs as the arbiters of all discipline and misconduct. If and when this advance, we must center the people most impacted by police violence in implementing. Oh, I have submitted the rest. So thank you for your time, and please go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Carla, you could just keep calling people. I know that everybody's got the list of what order they're in, so that's fine. Thank you.
Certainly. Next is Elliot Young.
Could you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you for hearing my testimony as a board member on the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. Although I'm speaking here for myself, I've heard from many community members about the limitations of the current system of police oversight that has many branches but too little effect. We've had the leaders of the Independent Police Review, the Citizen Review Committee, and the Training Advisory Committee speak at length about the work they do, as well as the city auditor. This is what I took away from those meetings. The current bodies are not independent because so many police officers sit on the Police Review Board. They are not transparent because the results of their deliberations are not available to the public. And they are not effective because so few officers seem to get disciplined, and those that are have had their disciplinary decisions overturned. The new proposed body would be more independent, transparent, and have the power to compel officer testimony. My biggest fear was that the new body would be as weak, ineffective, and not independent as the current system, and the jury is still out on that point. The devil really is in the details of who gets chosen to sit on this board and how they are chosen. Also, while police oversight is important, the most important long-term transformation will come from shrinking the role of the police in our city and creating alternative means of creating community safety. However, I'm convinced that this measure will be effective by the greatest endorsement one can get for a police oversight body, and that is the steadfast opposition to it by the Portland Police Union. I encourage council members to refer this measure to the ballot in November and allow Portlanders to decide whether we need a better police oversight system. I think we all know what the answer will be. Thank you.
Next is Clayton Shizek.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a North Portland small business owner. I want to thank in particular Commissioner Hardesty for standing up for our community and for police accountability since at least 1995 when I arrived in Portland. And Commissioner Hardesty has a depth of understanding and experience with police community relations in Portland that's unequaled by anyone in our current city government. For these reasons and many more, I strongly support the Commissioner's proposal today. The proposal addresses failures of past efforts at civilian oversight of police in Portland and other U.S. cities. In particular, it does so by giving the board the authority to compel officer testimony and evidence, as well as impose discipline, including termination. These powers, among others, are key for any review board to be an effective deterrent to police brutality and overreach. And Portland today has the opportunity to begin to become a national model for civilian police oversight. I believe such a system, as proposed in the Commissioner's proposal for oversight, has the potential to be part of helping remake policing in this city and extending true democratic community control over a largely unaccountable police bureau. This step is a long time in coming, as many of the other speakers have mentioned, and I hope to see Council step up to this historic moment and unanimously approve the Commissioner's proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Henry Kramer.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Mayor Wheeler, commissioners, my name is Henry Kramer. I live in the King neighborhood, and I'm here today before you to encourage you to strongly support the proposed police oversight charter change. I'm not a radical person by nature, and have personally taken a long journey on the topic of police, but looking at the behavior of the Portland Police Bureau during my 15 years in Portland, I believe any reasonable person can see that they are completely out of control, have little to no respect for civilian oversight, and are in desperate need of accountability. We don't call the police in my neighborhood because we don't trust that they will keep us safe or keep our neighbors safe when they arrive. There are too many cautionary tales, especially when it comes to how police treat Black lives. That also leaves us with nobody to call in a public safety emergency. And that is an urgent crisis for our community. And it's happening because Portland police are simply out of control. The one way we can bring them under control, the only way, is for the police department to respect the power of the community. We need real civilian oversight and accountability immediately. The time has not only come for true community oversight of police, it is long overdue. We should have had this many, many years ago. The current accountability system does not hold police accountable. We let police set their own discipline rules, which has directly contributed to the culture of impunity in that department. We need a new system, one that vests police accountability with the community and certainly not with other police. Commissioner Hardesty's office has clearly exerted a huge amount of effort to take public input in a short period of time, in this urgent period of time. And I understand that the plan itself has further built in opportunities for community input, as there should be. We need this proposal to move forward for many reasons, but I'll highlight a few. First, the measure puts final discipline decisions into the hands of the community at long last. The board will actually have robust investigatory powers, and the board will have the ability to directly impact police policies and directives. These are things we desperately need, and these are not new ideas. These are decades-old consensus, best practices from police accountability advocates in Portland and around the country. Our community has been begging for these ideas for as long as I have lived here, and certainly much longer. We need this now. We needed this years ago.
That's 2 minutes.
Well, thank you so much. Please adopt the proposal.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sorry, lost. Next is Amaryllis Bonanno.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name is Amaryllis Buonanno, and I am a person of color living in Portland. And I wanted to provide my testimony today to speak in support for the new Independent Community Police Oversight Board measure to be added to the November ballot. I have been racially profiled on multiple occasions. I do not feel safe in interactions with PPB, transit police, etc. I am hoping that our commission today can listen to our community members who have been calling in on council meetings who have been out for 60 consecutive nights asking for change. We have the opportunity to make historic change by adding this to the November ballot, and I would be proud to vote for it. I appreciate the work that Commissioner Hardesty and others have put into this measure to make sure that it is perfect and should pass in November. The BIPOC community has been asking to not be killed based on the color of their skin for too long. We need to disband internal affair investigations, which go nowhere and wind up costing taxpayers precious dollars when these officers found of no wrongdoing are then sued and found by a jury of their peers to be guilty of excessive force. This community oversight board means that people in the public will be actively investigating officers and finding that there is wrongdoing, and those officers should be punished accordingly. I ask that you all today please unanimously pass this measure to be added to the November ballot. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for participating.
Next is Chris Ledoux.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, Commissioner Fritz, Commissioner Udali, and Mayor Wheeler for your time. I am asking for your strong support in favor of sending this measure to the ballot. Mental health issues come in many forms, and encounters of folks with mental health issues often lead to more violence, and officers need to be held accountable when excessive force is used. We do not currently have any system yet that does this well. If you can tell from a little of my stuttering, I do actually have some of those mental health issues. I found that I could not use the time in my talk for that. I do want to say that I had the opportunity to have a brief conversation with the father of James Chassie in January 2017, as I was walking my bike away from an event organized by the Albina Ministerial Alliance's Coalition for Justice and Police Reform. That was where Commissioner Hardesty, at that time, Joanne Hardesty, gave me hope that day and has continued to do so since then. Due to a mild traumatic brain injury that I sustained about 6 years ago, I often don't find the words that I need at the times that I want them. Today, I did want to testify. As part of these protests, I have been out for 23 days at the Justice Center periodically since June 7th, 6 consecutive days last week, as well as following on social media. I strongly support the demands that Black leaders within the community are making. I'm doing everything that I can to try to support that. I've been following the PSEP town halls since the protests began. And we've never truly had an independent police accountability. I know that I have experienced with my injury, the hopelessness that can cause people, what hopelessness can cause people to do, and how we need to do everything possible to help people avoid feeling that. I believe that without accountability, without discipline in the hands of community, in the face of police brutality, hopelessness and desperation is all that is left for the people. I ask you for your unanimous vote to send this measure to the ballot in November, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful words, Chris. That was really helpful, and I'm sure that you support the amendment that Commissioner Hardesty and I introduced to make sure that we do have people with lived experience on the commission. So I hope you will be participating in this process. I see Commissioner Hardesty nodding. Thank you. Next one, please, Carla.
Is Addison Lane.
Yes, my concerns were mostly already covered, so I want to only briefly speak even within this brief moment. I just wanted to make sure that maybe the point was had that in the institutions that do carry out law, it is somewhat absurd that lawyers are held to an incredibly higher standard, and I think it's worth considering that even lawyers have an independent review board that has citizens on it ultimately that determines whether or not they are disbarred. And further, I find it concerning the measures that the police have used recently to create the most Byzantine process imaginable to confront them over basic instances of illegal violence and recording. Thank you so much for your time. I see my time.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Erica Donahoe.
Hi. I realize that I don't have testimony so much as I have questions. Should I wait until the question time?
No, this is the time to ask your questions, and then we can get staff to address them later.
All right, thank you very much. So I have questions about what funding looks like. I have not actually looked at the text of the proposal. So is funding a percentage? It sounded like it's a percentage in relation to police funding. Are there plans for inflation? What does the collective bargaining agreement look like with the police association? I'm concerned that we will run into difficulty here. And will this committee have power to address issues aside from police misconduct? I actually just moved to Portland, and I've already heard from neighbors that they've experienced hate crimes that they have not reported to the police because they have never had good interactions with the police. Will there, what is there any other power in this, or will we need to do more? Thank you.
Thank you. I can address the first one, and then perhaps Commissioner Hardesty would like to address the second too. In terms of the amount of allowing for inflation, the amount of funding is a percentage of the police bureau budget. So yes, there is a built-in inflation that the bureaus get every year, and so therefore this money would automatically be increased as well. Commissioner Hardesty, would you like to address the other two questions briefly?
Yes, I'd be happy to. And thank you, Madam President. It does have a really nice ring to it. Let me say that the committee will be able to investigate community concerns. And so if the community has a concern about something that there is not a complaint, it will be built in that they have the resources and the professional staff to be able to do that investigation. What was the third question? Madam President, do you remember the third question?
That was the middle question. Erica, are you still on? Did you want to remind us what your other question was? Sorry.
I'm still on. I'm curious what the collective bargaining agreement with the Portland Police Association is going to look like, given that, yeah.
That question, yes. So let me just say that the police contract talks begin again in January. At the exact same time, we have the legislative session starting their regular session. At the exact same time, the Charter Review Commission starts, and at the same time, the commission will be starting. And so every avenue that we need access to will be having a process at that time. And so, in January, all those pieces will be in place, assuming voters support this measure. And of course, we will always be responsive to the terms we've agreed to in a collective bargaining agreement. The one we have now expires next year, and so we have the opportunity to build a better one.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We have to move on to the next, but I hope that answered your questions, Erica. Next, please, Carla.
Is Lawson Wakeman?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I wanted to, first of all, thank you, commissioners, for hearing my testimony. I just wanted to, again, at this point, a lot of my concerns have been aired as well, but I also wanted to point out that a concern with police oversight is some of these issues go beyond just, a video of a cop kneeling on someone's knee. I have also been attending the protests, and I am fortunate to come from a position of enough privilege that when I was arrested while peacefully demonstrating and following a law officer's orders, I was able to bail myself out. I work at a workplace that did not hold that against me and was supportive of my endeavor, and that people of color and other marginalized people are not always so fortunate. While I was able to bail myself out the next morning on bail, I could have ended up in the prison over the weekend. That could have meant missed shifts at work and a lost job, which for people who are, again, historically disadvantaged, can more or less be truly a death sentence. That can put you out on the streets, that can leave you destitute. And if it's this difficult to get accountability for officers who are egregiously breaking the law and murdering with impunity, then it leaves little hope for less direct events of injustice that can have impacts that, while not as instantaneous or direct, can, over the course of someone's life, be every bit as significant. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Next is Dan Handelman.
Hi, President Fritz. May I have a third minute to present since we're deeply involved in this issue?
I bet you Commissioner Hardesty might ask you a question if you get going.
So does that mean yes, I can have 3 minutes?
It means do you two, and then we'll ask for more if we need it, but please get going.
All right. Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Hardesty, Commissioner Fritz, and Commissioner Udaley, when Portland Cop Watch was founded, one of the goals we set was to promote an effective system for civilian oversight of police. There's no question that if fully implemented, this system would be very strong. Unlike the IPR, will have the power to compel officers to answer questions, investigate deadly force cases, and decide whether misconduct occurs and discipline officers. It's likely not all of us will be able to go into effect without changes to the collective bargaining contract, state and federal law. These hurdles are acknowledged in the severability language. We hope the Police Association will not oppose this effort, especially since President Turner says he is willing to have conversations about transforming the Bureau in light of the ongoing protests for justice. We remind Council that the PPA contract needs to be changed to allow independent investigations of deadly force, let someone other than the police require an officer to answer questions, allow those sessions to take place outside the Police Bureau, and make it easier for disciplinary decisions to sit. The amendment recognizes the importance of a civilian board holding public hearings. We hope this leads to moving the closed-door Police Review Board out in the open while retaining public hearings on cases as held by CRC and Council. Other strong elements include ensuring affected communities are involved, restricting police from sitting on the board, and guaranteeing funding. One step up from the current system is that if the board makes a policy recommendation that's not adopted, Council can vote to implement such a policy. We realize the charter amendment is just bare bones. We're not asking for Council to make changes that would slow down this process. We suggest that when the implementing ordinance is designed, Council should consider what to do if the board's powers, including their ability to impose discipline, get severed for legal reasons. If that happens, the implementing ordinance should give Council the final say, just as the IPR-CRC ordinance does now. It will take some time to establish a board, select members, have them hire a director, have the director hire staff. It will be likely at least a year before the new board can start work. We're encouraged that the resolution talks about how the current system is impacted by an inadequate ability to collect evidence, interview witnesses, affect police policies, and include sufficient transparency. This acknowledges that the staff at IPR and volunteers on CRC aren't responsible for the infrequent sustained findings and limitations on complaints, but that it's an institutional issue. We'd like to see a commitment by Council to keep IPR and CRC in place and support them until the new system is ready to roll. Most people affected. May I
Would you like
continue?
to keep going? Yes, please keep going.
Commissioner?
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam President?
Go ahead, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you. So I was just going to ask Dan. Dan, why should we keep this system in place?
Well, let me get to the next sentence from my testimony. Most people affected by police misconduct would agree we don't want to revert to a system where complaints are investigated by internal affairs. The system of police investigating themselves is one reason for the demands for change and why you, Commissioner Hardesty, put this proposal on the Council agenda.
I thank you very much. Did you want to add anything else?
If it's all right, I agree with the people who say that, this board by itself will not necessarily end police brutality, racism, corruption, but it'll be a piece of that transformation. We are also hoping that we can be part of the transition and help design this new board, assuming it's adopted. And we acknowledge that a lot of calls for the change are to defund and dismantle the police, but our position has always been that as long as there are police, we have to minimize the harm they're doing to the community and hold the police accountable. So I thank you for your time and for asking for our input on this.
Madam President, I just want to say thank you, Dan Handelman, for your decades of work reporting and clarity around police accountability. I greatly appreciate your investment in this effort and your long history of working on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing, Commissioner Hardesty. Thank you, Dan. Next item, please. Next person, please, Carla.
Is Angela Foster.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Angela Foster. I'm from the Warm Springs, Klamath Falls tribes. I just want to say that I support the ballot measure as it's a great start since the accountability and the transparency that we've asked for years from the police has never been met. While it's a small step, I do believe that true police accountability needs to start at the legislature. Specifically laws regarding officers' use of force, arbitration, the release of public records, and other matters that govern PPA members. Officers are hardly held accountable for their actions because of ironclad union contracts and friendly arbitrators routinely overturning firings and discipline. So when the city does discipline an officer, the union contract states it must do so in a manner that is least likely to embarrass the officer for other officers or the public. This means that almost all findings by IPR are cloaked in secrecy. So I'm glad that that you're including the subpoena in your new amendment. State law also allows agencies to withhold this information. If investigators want cases to hold up in court or arbitration, they have to show they're using the standard of rule or law, which are the PPB's directives. It's very hard to figure out if an officer willfully or knowingly lied to be in violation of the directives, because you can never actually tell what's going through a cop's mind if they won't tell you. And this leaves the IPR with no alternative but to exonerate officers whose behavior was reprehensible. IPR investigators are not even allowed to see the report. I do hope that we pass the bills to make the investigations public. We need the city to give the citizens greater protection in the sense that its officers will wait and hesitate to use force. And we need a statewide database for complaints and misconduct. But most importantly, we also need to pass legislation that qualified immunity is not a defense in civil action. I fully support this ballot measure as it addresses these past issues with the police accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Next is Maria Cahill.
Hello, my name is Maria Cahill. I testify on behalf of Pacific Northwest Family Circle, a group of families whose loved ones were killed by police. We are cautiously enthusiastic about creating a board that is truly independent of the police, with the power to investigate and punish officers for misconduct and murder. Under the current police oversight system, the Independent Police Review Board can't review deadly force incidents. Officers must investigate other officers who they know personally or who they closely identify with. This is a conflict of interest. Implicit bias is just one of the many factors that ensure that officers will never be found guilty of murder as long as police investigate themselves. Currently, meetings where these decisions are made aren't public. We want a transparent system with meetings open to the public. Currently, only police can punish police. This would be another conflict of interest if they find their fellow officers guilty of misconduct. I offer two examples from the city's consultants at the OIR group. On February 9, 2017, officers who'd cornered 17-year-old Quantas Hayes were found to violate Police Bureau policies, which led to his murder. Their supervisor, Officer Andrew Hurst, was acting in the capacity of an unsupervised police officer. This led to 4 officers yelling conflicting commands at Quantas. 3 months later, almost to the day, Officer Agier responded to a disturbance at a TriMet Max station. He ran after 24-year-old Terrell Johnson. With no way to look through the sight of his gun as he fell, Officer Agier pulled the trigger. The OIR group found that Officer Agier violated the Police Bureau foot chase policy. Officers were never punished for murdering these loved ones. And when the OIR group published their findings 2 years later, officers weren't punished for violating Police Bureau policy either. In fact, in all of the cases of police murder in Portland, Not one officer has been punished or stayed punished. We know that police will keep killing loved ones if there are no serious consequences for them when they do. We demand that this new police oversight system be created with the lived experience and expertise of family members in Pacific Northwest Family Circle and others most impacted by the current policing system. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Next is John Chenier.
Can you hear me? I'm testifying today because I have felt the police haven't been honest with themselves or the public about all the police brutality cases. I think we should have this law in place to help everyone. I feel like my generation, I'm 13, needs to be involved with this committee. We have been shut down for saying our opinions and beliefs, and I think this law will allow us to speak out and help. This law matters because I have watched friends and members of my community being pushed by the police. I have the experience of being bullied by peers, and it affected me. I can relate to these mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters who are getting bullied by the police. This unfair behavior has been happening for centuries, and it needs to stop now. I recently posted something on social media about Black Lives Matter, and someone countered it with Blue Lives Matter. I tried to educate the person on how the whole system is corrupt and needs to change. I feel like this law would help people become more educated. Let us as a community have a say. Thank you.
Wow, that was great testimony, John. Thank you so much. You are very courageous and obviously a budding leader. I appreciate your testimony.
Next is Debbie Iona.
Madam President.
Okay, I'm there. Go ahead, Commissioner Hardesty. Sorry.
Thank you. No worry. I just wanted to tell the story of John, who reached out and said, what can a 13-year-old do to support Black Lives Matters? And I want to thank her for her eloquent testimony and for her commitment to making sure that the other 13-year-olds at her school have an opportunity to learn about this ballot measure and how they can be involved in helping to educate their parents on this on the November ballot. So thank you for being here, John. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry, I missed your hand.
No worries.
Debbie Iona, your turn, Debbie.
Okay, I'm Debbie Iona, representing the League of Women Voters of Portland. The League has been involved in police oversight since the early 1980s. Currently, our members regularly attend CRC meetings and monitor the IPR. The League supports Commissioner Hardesty's proposal. Although we recognize it will take more than a charter change, it has the potential to bring us much closer to the type of system envisioned by Mayor Katz's work group in 2000. It called for an independent civilian agency guided by a community board with the power to investigate complaints of police misconduct, compel officer testimony, and make policy recommendations. The League wants to retain the strongest elements of our existing system. For example, when CRC hears appeals from complainants who disagree with command staff findings in misconduct cases, those hearings are open to the public and accept public comment. Even when the CRC does not decide in the appellant's favor, appellants often express their appreciation for the opportunity to have their fellow community members consider their case. The League strongly recommends that the commission responsible for working out the details be encouraged to incorporate and build upon the positive aspects of our current system. IPR's effectiveness has been hamstrung by limitations built into city code, the union contract, and state law. The commission also should be asked to consider whether the transition to our next oversight system would be smoother if current staff and the CRC volunteers were able to transition into the new system. The city of Oakland adopted an entirely new oversight system that has been plagued by the growing pains of sometimes associated with a new way of doing things. Portland may be able to avoid some of those pitfalls by tapping into the successful elements of our current system. And finally, the League wants to thank Commissioner Hardesty for her leadership on this and for the extraordinary efforts she and her staff took to reach out to so many of us in the community to ask for our input on the proposal. Thanks very much.
Debbie, thank you for your longstanding advocacy on these issues. I really appreciate yours and the League of Women Voters of Portland for participating.
Thank you.
Next, please, Carla.
Is John Pacheco.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there is some.
Oh, yes, well done.
Yes, hi. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm here because I was shot in the lower thigh by the so-called less deadly munitions. It left a dent at the point of impact and swelled to the size of an orange. It's a weapon. Its engineered purpose is to help officers avoid prosecution when death occurs. I know it, Donovan LaBelle knows it, and the protesters on the street know it. I want to correct those politicians who use terms like non-lethal or less lethal. They're false adjectives. It's a gun. And I also want to correct those fascists who occupy the White House and the Justice Department under statements of far-left fascism and Antifa terrorists. They're oxymorons, not a threat to security. I specifically remember the real terrorists who marched on Charlottesville. And here in 2017, after a white supremacist murdered our citizens on the Max line, they're the ones who carried deadly weapons and committed murder. Where were the Trojans? Why weren't the cops shooting at them and pinning them down like steers? Where were the tear gas and arrests? If they were Al-Qaeda after 9/11, would the police have protected them? I think we all know the answer to that. We, the anti-fascists, see right through this. We see who the real terrorists are. It's that thing we call Trump and that thing we call William Barr and the fascist circus of sad, pathetic men in green fatigues and their sycophants. They're the terrorists, not us. Timothy Snyder, professor of history at Yale University, offers some helpful insight on the politics of eternity. Eternity politicians manufacture crises and manipulate the resultant emotion to distract from their inability or unwillingness to reform. He says under politics of eternity, time is no longer a line into the future, but a circle that endlessly returns the same threats from the past. Eternity politicians spread the conviction that the government cannot aid society as a whole, but can only guard against threats. Progress gives way to doom. Under the International Criminal Court. All right.
Thank you very much, John.
Next is Edith Gillis.
Are you with us, Edith?
Can you hear me?
Yes, well done. Please start.
I am Edith Gillis, a disabled survivor of many incidents of Portland police violence and misconduct over the last 39 years. 633 is a good start in the right direction to be combined with significant changes to the Portland Police Association contract and additional needed statutes specific to policing in any within city limits and use of PPB resources and information. We need to add to the city code better ways to protect the witnesses, victims, evidence, as well as existing IPR, CRC, and the new board members and healthcare providers from police retaliation, and to protect full information needed by the healthcare providers and by the members of the transitional boards and the new board that we hope will be voted in to document and testify matching injury patterns and pointing to the police tools, tactics in the transition. I want you to make changes by just adding a few words to clarify and consistent with the spirit of this. Expand section 2-1002. The board members include representation from diverse communities. Add the words including but not limited to those who have personally experienced or whose families have experienced police misconduct or use of force or negligence not being investigated by the board, as well as representation of people with disabilities, mental health crises and or addictions, houselessness, LGBTQIA plus, immigration, trauma, and multiple languages and cultures, and targeted workers and over-policed workers and protesters. Expand Section 2-1003 to restrict the staff of the PPA and the words add and or other law enforcement or their unions and or private entities insuring or supplying police and or subcontractors to law enforcement. Expand Section 2-1006. The physical office of the board shall be located outside of a Portland Police Bureau, and add the words and or any other law enforcement facility and or the PPA facility and or private entity insuring or supplying law enforcement and or subcontractors to police.
That's 2 minutes.
In other words, keeping until the board fully operates the existing strengths and staff resources, the IPR and CRC, and the full engagement and involvement of Portland Police Watch, the Women League of Voters, the Albina Ministerial Alliance Coalition for Justice Police Reform Committee, and community engaged policing. Expand Section 2-1008 duties. The board may investigate other complaints, incidents, and misconduct. Add the words and or violation of law and negligence. Add Section D.
Edith, excuse me, Edith. Could I suggest that you email those amendments to Commissioner Hardesty's staff?
Not, because the brain injury caused by the police June 5th means I cannot look at a screen to write, email, or do that.
Okay, so then perhaps.
And I can have it talked and recorded if we can find some way.
Yes, Council President, let me just say that if Edith will leave a contact number, I will have someone from my staff follow up and get the rest of her testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Is Kristen Bowling?
Good evening. You heard from me in person, council members, 14 months ago when I sat before you as only the third case through the IPR system to come before council in 17 years, and the only one that had an allegation stick. So thank you, 3 members, for your votes on that. I walked away from that almost 2-year-long process very despondent, even though retaliation was voted approved. We never found out whether that officer was actually disciplined because of the lack of transparency in the process. So I'm very encouraged to see many of the things that have been proposed with this new board have a couple of suggestions to earn back trust in the community in a new accountability system, because it will take a lot of earning that trust and respect back from a system that has been so unaccountable to the public for so long. The first being that the current system rejects 85% of the complaints out of hand. I know folks personally who have submitted dozens of complaints and have never had one investigated. So please hire a robust staff that can at least preliminarily investigate every single complaint. I see listed in the line items of things that they will investigate other complaints or incidents of misconduct as they see fit. And I would expand that to say all potential policy violations should be at least preliminarily investigated. I would also expand protected classes that are listed there to include all historically marginalized or impacted people from the police. I'm very happy to see impartiality there in that internal affairs will no longer be in charge. A lieutenant involved in my investigation actually showed up with a Blue Lives Matter patch on his bag. Those days are over, and they should have been over a long time ago in Portland. Also being able to compel testimony. The 3 officers that accosted me were never present in any of the meetings involved in that almost 2 years.
That's 2 minutes.
Thank you.
The next person is Mary Ann Moore.
Hello, commissioners and Mayor Wheeler. Thank you for this wonderful resolution to get this measure on the ballot. I am in strong support of the proposed ballot measure. I believe it will redress systemic racism in Portland policing and has potential indeed to make our city a national model for police oversight. For decades, the PPB has had a record of disproportionate violence and discrimination against Black people and others in the BIPOC community. It's obvious the current systems aren't working to hold police accountable for their injustices. And so I think this ballot measure is the best way to assure proper reform of the Police Oversight Board. I particularly like the way it will finally address bias, represent people most affected by police misconduct. I like the transparency so the public can have confidence in its actions. I like the measures that include adequate funding and the way that it could be modified, the incentive if funding does need to be decreased, well, then it's only fair that the police department also have its budget decreased. I think that's a very elegant solution for diverting funds to more necessary services. I like that it will be insulated from political pressure and could not be hijacked by members of the police force or their families participating on the board. And above all, the power to collect evidence, interview witnesses, and enforce discipline when there are complaints, especially deaths in custody and use of deadly force. So I urge all of you to support this resolution, and let's get this done and make Portland a national model. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Richard Cobell.
Hello?
Are you there, Richard? There we go. Good. Well done.
Hello. Thank you. Another success for an aged person in technology. My name is Rich Colbell. I'm a retired neuropsychologist who spent 40 years working in Portland in the neuroscience community, in the community mental health sector, where I served consistently marginalized, underserved, and underrepresented populations who, not surprisingly, wind up at the short end of the stick in terms of law enforcement and police coverage. I've also worked extensively within the law enforcement community, conducting pre-employment psychological screenings, post-employment psychological screenings, critical incident debriefings, and officer-related rehabilitation. So I have a fairly broad experience in working within the law enforcement community on both sides. Many of the concerns that I have been beautifully articulated by those who have gone before me today, so I won't waste the time to reiterate those concerns that have been so nicely stated, but rather offer a personal perspective, which is that I'm struck that this is a remarkable moment in our history in Portland, in that we have the confluence of substantial factors, including but not limited to the corruption and difficulties that emerge and flow downhill from Washington, D.C., the difficulties and tragedies that have been attendant to the COVID crisis, and the obviously difficult and tragic events occurring surrounding the current and historic Black Lives Matter movements that affect all people of color and otherwise marginalized groups. These are incredibly powerful forces that are coming together at once that suggest to me this is something that can spur evolution. And if we go back and look in the science, that's exactly what happens.
That's 2 minutes.
Collection of forces that can produce change. So I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Colbell.
Next is Tabitha Milliken.
Can you do *6 on your phone? Oh, there we go. Is that you, Tabitha? *6 on the phone or in the lower corner of the Zoom to unmute.
Hi, this is Tabitha. Can
There
you
we
hear
go.
me?
Yes,
I
we
was
can.
muted
Thank
by you. I'm not on my phone. I unmuted myself and then I was muted. I'm curious what the auditor thinks is currently working with the system. While we do need more police oversight, we also need stronger leadership. The mayor is the police commissioner, and he has ordered PPB not to coordinate with the feds, but they clearly are. Robert King is a senior police safety advisor, himself was involved with 2 extrajudicial killings while he was a police officer. In addition, he changed his testimony repeatedly when Frashauer was being dismissed and said that he followed the trainings by shooting Aaron Campbell in the back when he was unarmed and in the middle of a mental health crisis. When he was on the PPA, he said that the police were not racially profiling, even as Black Portlanders were shown to have more traffic stops and fewer contraband. If the mayor doesn't have control of PPB, it is because they are only beholden to the Portland Police Association. They ultimately make the decisions. Turner has contempt for Portland, indeed calling it a cesspool, and has met with the feds behind the mayor's back as a private citizen to coordinate with them. When will leadership be accountable to Portland? When will they say no to Portland Police Association? They don't have to agree to their terms. And also, could we please have a better public safety advisor who wasn't involved in extrajudicial killings, who does believe that racial profilings exist and doesn't believe that shooting Black men in the back is an appropriate use of police force? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry, I lost my spot. Ellen Kessler.
Hello. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Hi, my name's Alan Kessler. I've been struggling recently to try to figure out who some of these secret police on our streets are. And there's a lot of press for the secret police that Trump put here, but Wheeler's secret police are going strong. It's crazy to me that citizen of the United States, and I have to beg and plead and still fail to figure out who the people with guns and uniforms are who are beating my clients, tear gassing us. It's downright loopy. When I've been trying to work through the system to find out who's associated with these temporary badge numbers, the coordination between the city attorney's office and 3 different entities representing different aspects of the police, outside law firms and police lobbyists, just astound me. It astounds me the level of coordination that what must have been happening during the weeks I was waiting to hear a response. The city attorney's letter reads almost verbatim the same as the letters from the police association. So we have a deep problem, and I think the last caller is exactly right. We have a revolving door. We have these incestuous relationships. We have corruption, I believe, within the city attorney's office. We have far too much coziness between our leadership and the police. This absolutely needs to be separate. I am so grateful to Commissioner Hardesty for bringing this legislation forward. I hope you'll bring it to the voters. I hope we'll pass it. Fuck Mr. King and fuck Mr. Turner, and I hope they're out of their positions of power very soon. I yield my time.
Okay, just a reminder that we are on Channel 30 and have an FCC license, so you can please mind how you express your views. Thank you. Next, please.
Is Keely Grand.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for holding this space for public testimony. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm here today to say that I support the ballot measure. I work as a wellness specialist, and I'm a wife and a mother of 2 boys here in Southeast Portland. I'm also the daughter of a retired captain of police from Rhode Island. Like previously mentioned, there are good police officers. My dad's nickname was the preacher because he went into situations with compassion and an open mind. The community trusted him because he tried his best to help them, to be of service. He didn't want people to get caught up in the injustice system. During his tenure, he was able to spread this mindset to fellow officers and new recruits, as well as help create various systems for accountability, community engagement, and mental and physical wellness of officers. All of this ended up positively building up the community. However, I was naive as a white woman, and I failed as an ally, and thinking that every police officer was like my dad, until I and the rest of the world kept on seeing people of color suffering more and more from police brutality and misuse of power over and over and over. When we honestly open our eyes and educate ourselves, we can see that our current police system needs a different type of accountability. It needs transparency, and that money can indeed be allocated differently, systems can be greatly improved, and that most importantly, Black communities have suffered for far too long. This proposal is a new seed that needs to be planted now. Our community doesn't have the time nor luxury to wait for a completed program before it's brought to a vote. We need change now. Current oversight simply isn't working. I have confidence that this will be a positive change that can have a tremendous impact, not just here, but across the country. I urge City Council to unanimously vote for this ballot measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is James Offsink.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, for the opportunity to testify. I am James Offsink, current president of Portland Forward. We're an intergenerational group who works on the big ideas for the future of our region. Our organization sets our sights on the Portland of 2050, when our city is sustainable, thriving, just, and equitable. And Portland Forward works on actions we need to be taking today to get to that vision in 2050. And especially over the last year and a half, we've begun to focus on police reform. There is no way that the Portland of 2050 can be safe for everyone if we do not take steps today to change policing in our city. We will be involved in the campaign to pass this referral should it pass today. With that background, we are excited to support the charter amendment proposed today and the mechanisms it creates for meaningful civilian oversight of the Portland Police. It is encouraging to see the council hearing the cries of many of the groups and individuals who have worked on police accountability for decades, and also to the thousands of Portlanders who are new to this issue. Commissioner Hardesty's own longtime expertise as a police accountability advocate and the deep knowledge of her staff, the city attorney, and many local experts have combined to create a visionary framework for making sure the public has real oversight of the Portland Police. Our hope is that today is the beginning of the end of our city's discouraging history of inability to hold officers accountable in even the most egregious examples. Why did the city pay Greg Lewis over $100,000 to retire after his racist statement? Why do we pay out countless public dollars in settlements each year instead of stopping the underlying misconduct and the culture in the Bureau that creates it? We believe that the framework proposed here represents a new nation-leading model for putting community members back in charge of a police apparatus that is wildly out of control. Although organizations opposing accountability will say that this is ill-considered policy hastily put together, they will be wrong. We are a group that has worked on good government systems change, and this proposal passes muster. Putting the framework and the values it represents into the charter while allowing flexibility for more community input and engagement in the specifics of implementation are exactly the right way to enact bold policy. This is how the city can establish the trust of the community and make anti-racist systems change. The strongest features of the proposed systems are its independence, that it has the tools. In closing, we support the charter amendment and encourage the council to pass it today. In our initial conversations with community groups, we believe that there's widespread support for this referral, and we look forward to working with the community to bring this nation-leading real police oversight to Portland beginning today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sam Stearns.
Hi, I want to urge the council today to vote for 633. I remind you that the people are asking for a complete defunding of the police, and passing this measure is the good first step. Critics say that 5% of the police budget, or more than the auditor gets, is too much. But the police department chooses to spend their money on militarized weapons instead of administrative staff to provide accurate data analysis to current oversight committees. So any money that we give the new oversight committee is just there to help the auditor. It does not take from them. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. That was a really good point, and I appreciate you making it so clearly. Next, please.
Is Reese Sismagnowski.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you for hearing my testimony today. I urge council members to approve this resolution authorizing a truly independent and external oversight system for the Portland Police. The current oversight system, while labeled independent, would be laughable if it weren't such a distressing failure. As it currently stands, it is heavily influenced by those within the system who work to undermine accountability at every turn. People like Daryl Turner, who has recently said that PPB has not erred in any way during their handling of the protests, and has a statement on Facebook saying that some people are only alive because it is illegal to shoot them. People like Deputy Chief Davis, who previously as an internal affairs lieutenant found an officer Bruder to have acted reasonably and within policy when beating Amanda near death. The victim went on to be awarded over $500,000 from the city, and the undisciplined officer went on to be part of a current sexual assault case with another PPB officer. People like Chief Lavelle, who has also stated that PPB has not erred in their handling of the protests, and who faces unanswered questions around his use of a restraint hold against a child while he was an SRO. People like Police Commissioner Wheeler, who is now more than happy to seek fame on national news by criticizing the federal officers while turning a blind eye to the same tactics used at the hands of PPB locally. And lastly, people like the rank and file officers who have consistently flouted use of force rubrics, targeted journalists, and continue to hide behind anonymity with a lack of easily identifiable labeling. These are the people within the system we as citizens must rely on to do the right thing and seek oversight from. It is clear that an oversight function within this system is doomed to fail, as it has historically, and we need an external oversight system, which will put power to the people to hold PPB accountable. Lastly, I also urge council members to seek any way possible to hold outside agencies accountable to this oversight system. Loopholes must be thought of in advance and closed tightly. Any resources PPB brings in from the outside through multi-agency agreements should be required to operate under city policies and held accountable as if the resources were PPB. Again, I urge council to approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Carla, after the next person, if you could give us a check on how many more people are remaining. Thank you.
Madam President, I show about 17 more after this next person.
Oh, you're way ahead of me. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going.
Next is Carl Symington.
Today is a beautiful day. I never thought I'd be in this position. I'm grateful to Ms. Hardesty, Commissioner Hardesty. We had a flip the script on I'm a flip the script alumni, and under Central City Concern, I've released from prison after 17 years. I don't want to just make this into a catalyst about the program or anything like that. It's about the police not having any accountability. And when they do have the appearance of accountability, it's lifted by arbitration, which has already been pointed out, police contracts, just laws have been made to prevent them from being accountable. And this is where it's a time in this historical times that people keep saying is a time for Portland to be historic. I've heard it earlier said that we could make an impression on the whole country by doing this. An impression on the whole country during a time when good impressions need to be made. And, you know, I've been in this city all my life, from this city all my life. I went to Jefferson High School, the Albina area, which is supposed to be a historically Black community, which I'd like to get that down as a nonprofit organization to start supporting the community in that way. It would be one thing that they could also do. But as far as this right here, this would make such an impact on just the judicial system as a whole in the state of Oregon. Everybody knows the statistics and the numbers for the disparity. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows what has happened since don't choke them, smoke them. Everybody knows this. We're talking about things all over again. We've been doing this for decades. Now let's do something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Symington. I appreciate your testimony.
Next is Andrew Riley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Andrew Riley. My pronouns are they and them, and today I'm speaking on behalf of myself in support of the families of the Pacific Northwest Family Circle. I do this in memory of my neighbor, Coben Henriksen, who was murdered by Portland police last winter. Testimony for myself and Maria Cahill is offered today in support and memory of Pacific Northwest Family Circle loved ones and all stolen lives. Even though this is a digital hearing, I ask you to please join Maria and I in a practice we first learned from Black Lives Matter Portland leadership at the monthly Keaton Notice Vigil. After I read the name of each Pacific Northwest Family Circle loved one killed by police, please join us in saying, "We remember you," and let these names sink into the heart and mind as you work on police accountability in Portland. I begin with those loved ones murdered as a result of police misconduct in Portland. 19-year-old Christopher Kalanji, we remember you. 17-year-old Quantas Hayes, we remember you. 24-year-old Terrell Johnson, we remember you. 21-year-old Bradley Morgan, we remember you. 48-year-old John Ellifritz, we remember you. 27-year-old Patrick Kimmons, we remember you. 36-year-old Andre Gladen, we remember you. 31-year-old T.D. Gully, we remember you. Now I'm going to offer names of other loved ones whose families struggle for justice in the Pacific Northwest Family Circle, including families and loved ones throughout Oregon and Washington. 22-year-old Bodie Phelps, we remember you. 25-year-old Chance Thompson, we remember you. 27-year-old Chase Hammer, we remember you. 27-year-old Daniel Isaac Covarrubias, we remember you. 29-year-old Alex Dold, we remember you. 49-year-old Captain Brian A. Babb, we remember you. 44-year-old Dino Case, we remember you. 54-year-old Remy Sabi, we remember you. 43-year-old Jesse Powell, we remember you. 35-year-old Matthew Burrows, we remember you. 20-year-old Giovanni Joseph McDade, we remember you. 29-year-old Joel Nelson, we remember you. 16-year-old Brian Guy Dixon, we remember you. And finally, I ask that you join me in saying we support you after two brothers who barely survived being shot by police. Andre Thompson, we support you. Bryson Chaplin, we support you. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Next is Emery Mort.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emery Mort. Here today as a person who has done a lot of policy work and organization on a number of police issues. Try my best to understand the ins and outs. Really want to pay respect to a number of the testimonies that I've heard today and for the care that's been put into this policy. I want to say I'm in favor of passing this oversight resolution and referring it onto the ballot for voters to debate and decide. Context for today, I've just spent 7 straight days being gassed with tear gas by forces called in by Mayor Daryl Turner and PPB Public Relations Assistant Ted Wheeler. So I support an oversight body that can change such actions that do harm to my vulnerable neighbors. I'm going to put that aside for a moment and I want to talk about reform. Reform has become a dirty word for mostly very good reasons, so I'm going to switch to using the word change. This vote today is a vote for a change, and it's up to us to argue what kind of change it is. Does it move us closer to have some semblance of democratic control over how we are shot at, tased, surveilled, etc. by the police? Can we get career racist cops out of the force since our elected officials refuse to do that or are incompetent or compromised? Or would this resolution be a change which provides, which allows police to keep doing what they've been doing, but with added layers of cover? I think it's easily arguable that installing a civilian oversight system like this would be an abolitionist change. I will briefly say why. So I'll propose a hypothetical. Let's say a miracle happens and PPB is defunded by 50% in abolitionist reform. In that case, we'll have many dangerous cops left on the force with typical incredible discretion to use state violence as they deem appropriate. So will an oversight panel like this be something that would be good to have to investigate the further violent acts the police do, to force policy changes on the police? I think the answer is very likely yes, but I'm open to argument. Okay, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Next is Steve Bazone.
Okay.
There we
Sorry.
go. Well done.
Sorry, I think I was muted. Black Lives Matter. Thank you, commissioners, for your work on this. I fully support the measure as a tangible policy step forward in response to ongoing Black Lives Matter demonstrations. Rather than repeat the great reasons to support this measure, I'd like to respectfully request Mayor Wheeler transfer management of the Portland Police Bureau to Commissioner Hardesty, who has demonstrated she has the skill set required to get control of our unhinged and unaccountable local police department. Please read the room, Mayor Wheeler. It's time for a change and a just transition to the next chapter of police accountability in our city. Hand over the police bureau or resign. It's your choice. Thank you.
I think I actually have some other choices, but thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Is Sarah Iannarone?
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Iannarone. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm testifying in support of this referral. I'd prepared 3 minutes of remarks, but I'll post them publicly and submit them in writing, given that I'll probably be cut off 2/3 of the way through. It's clear that Portlanders do not trust the current police oversight systems and see them as ineffective and unlikely to hold officers accountable for misconduct. Police clearly should not be in the position of policing themselves. It's a testament to Commissioner Hardesty's deep knowledge and years of community organizing in this area that she and her office were able to convene a working advisory group and craft such policy on an abbreviated timeline. I'm grateful for her leadership and service to our community. We need a real independent system of holding officers accountable, in part because we have seen a complete void of leadership from our current police commissioner, whether it's blaming everyone but the officer responsible for the killing of Coben Henriksen within 13 seconds of arriving on scene, of blaming Kwani Say's mother for the death of her son, of voting to give Sergeant Greg Lewis a $120,000 exit bonus instead of firing him over his racism. Our current police commissioner sides with the police over the community at almost every opportunity. This failure to hold Portland police accountable is why we have demonstrations every night in Portland for over 60 days now. I'm inspired by the youth and activists of our city who demonstrate night after night for Black lives. Tens of thousands of Portlanders have joined this movement and in doing so, face new brutalities at the hands of Portland police. Trump didn't force Portland police to gas our kids. Mayor, you've portrayed yourself as a hero nationally, but locally you failed us. Showing up to voluntarily get tear gassed is not a policy solution. It's a stunt to signal action where none is taken. The way to redress our city's legitimate concerns with police brutality is not to serve up more brutality. I call on the police commissioner here to commit to ending the use of tear gas and other indiscriminate forms of violence. Thankfully, the dedication and bravery of these Portlanders getting gassed in the streets, even in the face of excessive violence from the people who are supposed to be protecting them, has created the political will for council to now bring forward this brave proposal that puts the community back in charge of police oversight. Tying this accountability, I'll submit the rest online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Gregory Kafori.
Carla, I see in the chat that he was having a problem getting online. I'm not sure if he was able to connect.
Am I on? Yeah, this
Oh,
is
here he is. Never mind.
Am I on?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to speak personally to members of the council. I think for anybody, but particularly people in public service, a key part of analyzing what they do in difficult situations is a question of how they want to be remembered. And I think that this proposal is something that will wear well in time. It's passed to the citizens. I think the citizens will embrace it. I think it will be a national model because there isn't any other national model that works. It is a historic time of racial reckoning and of reckoning with the powers of the police and not just about how they treat Black people. And I think that the members of the council will look back on this vote, and others remembering them in the future will look back on this vote and say, this was a high moment for them. This was a historic moment. And this will be one of the great highlights of your careers if you pass this. The nation desperately needs somebody to show us the way out. And, police community relations are terrible across the country. Nobody has a good civilian review system. I've been approached by members of the citizen review committees that we've had, expressing enormous frustration that the thing is Byzantine. They do lots of work, but they have no power. It's enormously frustrating. This needs to end. And Portland can lead the way. When I grew up, Portland was seen as an extraordinary and unique place. And that's been lost over the years. Oregon was seen as an extraordinary and unique place. And that is fading. And this is a chance for us to assume the leadership that has slipped away from us, and to do something in service to the entire nation.
That's 2 minutes.
For which those who have a role in it will be well remembered. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Patrick Alexander.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Patrick Alexander, and I am alumni member of Flip the Script program that is through Central City Concern. And I'm just here today just to voice my support for this new ballot measure, because I've been in Oregon resident for over 20 some odd years, and seen how when they talked about the Citizen Review Board and how they didn't have no power and they still don't have none. And with this independent board, we do have to give them the power to subpoena the police, and also the power just to do what they need to do to hold the police accountable. As I said, being a Black member here in the Portland community over 20 years, has seen how the changes that's happened here in Portland, and nothing is really happening. And now this is the time for Portland to really stand out and to make a big impact, and to be a national leader, as was my fellow member Carl Simonton that says, we have that chance and opportunity to be a leader and to show the world how that Portland is when we talk about keep Portland weird, well, we're going to keep Portland weird by holding our police accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, and thank you for all the work that you're doing with the Flip the Script in the Flip the Script program. It's really something that we all value. Next, please.
Is Chris Smith.
Thank you. President Fritz, members of council, I'm Chris Smith. I am testifying today as an individual, but for the sake of transparency, I'll mention that I'm a member of the Portland Planning and Sustainability Commission. I'm also a candidate for office in another local government. This is an amazing time that we're in. The willingness or the insistence by the public that the status quo is unacceptable in any number of areas, and their willingness to embrace change is very exciting to me. I am not a subject matter expert in this particular field, but I have to note some historical perspective. I was a candidate for this council 12 years ago in 2008, and this same issue was still a critical issue to the community. So, I don't go back as far as Dr. Haynes, but I can see that, the arc of doing nothing has persisted for a long time. So I would encourage you to refer this measure. And I want to thank Commissioner Hardesty for her persistence and her doggedness in carrying this through in office and out of office. We owe her a great debt. Thank you.
Indeed we do. Thank you.
Next is Joanna Brenner.
Hi, my name is Johanna Brenner. I am Professor Emerita of Sociology at Portland State University and a member of the Portland Metro People's Coalition. The proposed charter change responds to the demands that community advocates have been making for a long time. As of now, civilian oversight has no authority on policy. Under the new system, the board can propose a policy or directive for the police bureau, and if the bureau rejects that recommendation, the board can ask City Council to consider and vote on the proposed policy. Council's decision will be binding on the police bureau. This is an important step forward. Let me give an example of why. Restrictive use of force policies are effective tools for reducing the number of people killed by police. The city needs to establish and strongly enforce these policies. This Portland has largely failed to do. When restrictive use of force policies are in place, an independent review board can more easily establish and sustain a charge of excessive use of force. Research has clearly demonstrated that strong use of force policies do reduce police violence. One study found that police departments with at least 4 or more restrictive use of force policies had 37% fewer police-involved killings per population and 38% fewer police-involved killings per arrest. Police departments with stronger use of force policies also had fewer injuries to officers. As the city auditor has argued, the terms of the Police Association contract must also be changed in order for these new powers to be fully implemented. Passing this charter amendment will strengthen the city's ability to get substantial changes in the contract. In November, the people of Portland can clearly demonstrate that the public interest is not fulfilled by the many provisions in the contract that protect police officers from being held accountable. This will give the city leverage in bargaining and increase the likelihood that if there is an impasse, an arbitrator will rule in the city's favor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Mo Phillips.
Hello. Hi there.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate you. My name is Mo Phillips. I'm a dad and a husband in the Sunnyside neighborhood of Southeast Portland, where I am also a songwriter and performer for families, as well as a teaching artist with young audiences in the Right Brain Initiative, teaching songwriting to thousands of students all over our region for years. My investment into our city and region is long and deep, and so I'm here today to voice my support for the ballot measure to create a fully independent police oversight board. I'm confident that this will pass because I do think all of you recognize the need for some police oversight with actual teeth. But even more so, I'm here to encourage you all to consider your legacy and rise to this undeniable moment in history and to balance the scales toward more equitable justice in the coming weeks and months. By this, I mean figuring out how to truly divest from the Portland Police Bureau moving forward and to reinvest in our dreadfully underserved communities, starting with our Black communities. When the pandemic hit, I was teaching songwriting in a school out in the numbers, whose homeless student population was nearly 15%. 95% of the students were on free or reduced lunch. Many of the classrooms I was in lacked not only basic necessities, but of course those colorful and engaging resources you would expect to find in any school. In the most basic of terms, bare classrooms without adequate resources are not inviting spaces, encouraging kids to not only survive, but even succeed or excel. This was not the fault of the teachers or even admin, but the fault of city, county, and state officials who see vast sums of money to militarize the police. The obviousness of investing money in our communities as crime reduction and prevention, as opposed to continually giving more money to an entity that doesn't actually prevent crime, but shows up after it happens and then rarely solves said crimes, is so glaring as to be embarrassing that we haven't shifted these priorities years and years ago. It's okay to be selfish in this moment and consider how you will be remembered for what you did when it counted, if that's what it takes to rise to the moment at hand. Voting yes on this ballot measure is the easiest step in what continues to be the most arduous of climbs. Please hold yourselves and your legacy to a higher standard when setting policy and negotiating the police contract come January. Thank you. And remember, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Next is Marcel Donhauer.
Hi. Yes, first I just want, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, great, great. First, I want to thank Commissioner Hardesty and our team for all their hard work on this issue. My name is Marcel Donahauer, and I live in Southeast Portland. I'm testifying today in support of the Police Accountability Charter referral that would establish independent oversight. I see that as such a big benefit for our community. I'm an Oregonian from birth, a mother of two, and an elementary school teacher. I also recently joined the Policy and Outreach Work Group for the CRC, but today my opinions are my own. As a brown woman growing up in this overwhelming, there's my little one. Growing up in this overwhelming white state and with an abundance of history rooted in racist policies, I have never felt safe calling on the police or interacting with the police. Most recently, I've been exercising my First Amendment right to free speech and assembly, and I've been treated as if I were an enemy in war. I do not feel the police are here to protect and serve me. The tactics the police use to control, hold on, honey, sorry. Control a crowd are inhumane and need to change. The indiscriminate use of tear gas especially has been a major concern without any accountability to PBB for the effects. I have been tear gassed several times without doing anything illegal, and I am exhibiting effects on my menstrual cycle. An OPB article that just came out today relates this to the adverse effects of tear gas, and I was interviewed for that article. A substance banned by the UN, the tear gas is a substance that's been banned by the UN and still is used due to a loophole in our laws. While my altered menstrual cycle is just one effect on my body, I can't help but wonder what else the gas is harming. While crowd control tactics are just one example of an urgent need for change, I strongly feel that the police accountability measure before you is a step in the right direction. The city, country, and world are calling loudly for changes to our systems that perpetuate racism. I urge you to seize this opportunity to lead the way towards more just systems, but please do not stop with just this system. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking time away from your family and managing them at the same time as testifying. I appreciate that.
Next is Tommy Kaiser.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Tommy Kaiser. I've lived in North Portland for over 10 years. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not representing an organization. I'm a white male, and aside from the recent Black Lives Matter protests, I have never had a single encounter with the Portland Police Bureau in 10 years. I'm far from perfect, and candidly, there were times when I could have used some correction. Clearly, undue police attention has been focused on people who don't look like me. And that concerns me, not just because I care about all my fellow Portlanders, but because my son is biracial, and it is very unlikely he will have the same privilege I've benefited from. I strongly support the proposed resolution. This is a meaningful step towards accountability for our police and towards justice for those who have suffered at the hands of members of the department. This resolution supports good police. We are also discouraging those who may join the force for the wrong reasons, putting them on notice that they no longer get a free pass for violence and racist practices. Let me also remind you that this is a great start, but only a start. This will help us react properly to incidents of unjust use of force and injury inflicted at the hands of police, but we need to continue seeking ways to proactively prevent these incidents. We need to reinvent our city's approach to public safety and to look beyond policing to provide properly trained specialists to deal with the many issues we unfairly task our police with today. We can be a model for the change that every city in the US desperately needs right now. Our city deserves to vote on this measure. I encourage the council to move this forward unanimously onto the November ballot. Thanks to the council for listening, and a special thanks to Commissioner Hardesty for all you've done for the city and this country throughout your life and career. Your voice for change and truth speaks loudly and resonates. In closing, I'll mention that I support naming Commissioner Hardesty as police commissioner to provide a new perspective and fresh ideas in reinventing our city's approach to public safety, and to look beyond policing to provide properly trained specialists to deal with the many issues we unfairly task our police with today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Stephen Brown.
Can you manage the unmute, Stephen? *6 or the mute on the Zoom. There we go. You got it.
I apologize. Rattling off pretty quick there. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and Portland City Commissioners. My name is Steve Brown. I'm testifying as a Portland resident. I'm a 64-year-old dad. I'm here to testify in support of Commissioner Hardesty's proposed ordinance to send a ballot measure to Portland voters for increased accountability and transparency to Portland police. I was motivated to testify today because I feel it is extremely urgent to find a firsthand account of the violent actions that I and others experienced at the hands of the Portland police while attending a Black Lives Matter protest on Sunday, July 26th. I want to speak directly to the elected officials of City Hall and specifically to Mayor Wheeler. Shortly after 1 a.m. on Sunday morning, after it became apparent that the protests in front of the courthouse were becoming control, I and my daughter decided to exit Chapman Square via Southwest Main. We were exiting Southwest Main. People in the crowd kept calling out, walk, don't run to avoid a stampede. We had just crossed Fifth Avenue on Main when suddenly I heard people behind me shout, run. Suddenly, without warning or provocation, I was forcefully hit in the back and knocked to the ground. I never saw it coming. Because I feared being trampled, I immediately tried to get back up. Just as I was rising up, I was grabbed by my left arm and thrown violently back to the ground. When I looked up from the ground, I realized I was surrounded by riot police engaged in a full-on attack of the crowd. They were literally body slamming people as they ran into the retreating crowd. There's a tactic that I believe is called a bull rush. I only learned later that it was the Portland police and not the federal agent. So I attempted to get up for the third time. I was struck by a baton in the face. The blow caused bruises and a cut to the bridge of my nose. Words cannot describe the utter chaos that enveloped me. In every direction that I looked, I saw men in black combat gear unleashing their anger with no restraint. I'm sharing this account because it's unacceptable that Portland police are this violent and unaccountable. I do not for a second believe you, Mayor Wheeler, directed the Portland police to attack peaceful protesters with such unrestrained violence or vengeance. I can only come to the conclusion that you, the mayor, does not have command and control of the Portland police and that they are accountable to no one. In conclusion, I'd like to close by stating that it's unacceptable that Portland Black communities are living in fear of the Portland police. I urge you to demonstrate true leadership and give Commissioner Hardesty control of the police department. I want to go on record that I fully support the Commissioner's effort with this ballot measure as a first step towards stopping police brutality in Portland. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Obviously, what we have right now is the independent police review system. So I do encourage you to report what happened. And I share Commissioner Hardesty's desire to do this ballot measure, which will provide a different form of accountability. Thank you for your testimony.
Next is Mark Chassie.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Mark Chassie. My brother, James Chassie Jr., was beaten to death by the Portland police in September 2006. I'm here today to speak in support of this resolution. I am thankful to see this and grateful to Commissioner Hardesty for proposing it. I also have a couple of ideas how this measure might be improved. Some of what happened to Jim is instructive for why this is so important. The officers who beat my brother to death used so much force that the state medical examiner compared his injuries to those someone would get falling from a skyscraper. They had also tased him several times. Yet on scene, the involved officers and other officers who later arrived spontaneously created a fictitious narrative about drugs and, quote, serious crimes that had caused him to be face down on the sidewalk, misdirecting and attempting to taint witnesses. They didn't tell the paramedics anything about the use of force, the fact my brother had lost consciousness from their beating, or their many uses of the taser. The only things they told the paramedics were the script of their impromptu theater of lies. At the scene where my brother died, 50 members of local law enforcement appeared. The next morning, 15 were at his autopsy. Why? The police prioritized all these resources to start framing the investigation of themselves, which was so important to them that they didn't inform our family about his death for several hours after the autopsy. Police covering for themselves is clearly a massive system-wide problem. We waited nearly 4 years for the top secret internal investigation. The lies and misdirections of the officers who killed my brother should have formed a criminal homicide investigation. Instead, the only discipline proposed was losing 2 weeks' pay for not, quote, disclosing to medical personnel what had happened. It was just a technicality, and it didn't address at all that the officers communicated only self-serving lies that directly led to my brother's death. The arbitrator ended up overturning this pathetically inadequate discipline. What I've just described is our police oversight system at work. I know many of you would agree that nothing has changed since my brother was killed. What happened to him is more relevant now than ever because the city still hasn't fixed this massively corrupted police oversight system.
That's 2 minutes.
Can I just say my proposals for?
Yes, please do. Please do, Mr. Chessie.
Thank you. First, I'm concerned about whether the independence of this group can be maintained. I've been following the police pretty closely for years now, and I think we can be sure that there are some who are already strategizing for how the police might control this organization. Could board members be elected? In part, this might help ensure citizen representation in the long run. It's hard to tell how in-depth the risk of police co-opting this board has been considered in the proposal. Secondly, the severability clause that's in the agreement, I actually noticed that there were a couple of things in there that made it seem like it could have more to it. So, and I have written testimony, if somebody could look at it, that would be great. And third, I think the proposal could more directly address that the oversight system has failed. I read the whole thing, obviously, and at the beginning of it, I was looking for that, and I didn't really see that. I think others would understand it. So anyway, this is an historic opportunity to repair Portland's police oversight system. Let's take it. If it will require a little more work, do it soon, or this may never happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Mark, for your testimony. I want to say that a process that is open, transparent, does not stand a chance of being co-opted. My experience shows that it's the things that happen behind closed doors without public input, without the public's ability to weigh the pros and cons that are subject to being taken over by a special interest. We did consider elections, but elections become problematic because those with more resources have the ability to get elected to more things than people with less resources. And so I would hope that you would work with us as we put the commission together to make sure that we put all the safeguards in place that we can to make sure that this continues to be a community-led process. And let me also say that our community has not forgotten your brother and a horrible death that he had, and it should never, ever, ever have happened, nor should it continue to be happening. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing what must still be very painful, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Next is Jadra Perfetti.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Hello, my name is Jadra Perfetti. I grew up in Portland and I currently live and own a business in Southeast. I encourage the City Council to approve this number 633. The way policing is currently structured in our city and state needs to change. We need to take the very important job of holding police accountable for their conduct out of the hands of the police department and put it into the hands of a truly independent body. I work in the anti-fraud profession, and when we talk about why fraud occurs, we do so in the context of something called the fraud triangle. One side of the triangle is opportunity, one side is financial pressure, one side is rationalization. So when there's opportunity to steal cash or misuse assets and somebody feels financial pressure, if they can rationalize taking the money, that's when fraud is most likely to occur. I see the issue of police misconduct and lack of accountability in a similar way. The current police policies provide the opportunity for police officers to take inappropriate actions. The training we provide to police that teaches them to see all citizens as inherently dangerous and the officer's life as constantly under threat provides the pressure to take actions disproportionate to the actual threat level they experience. Qualified immunity and other legal precedents provides the rationalization for police officers to continue to abuse members of the public. The way the current system is structured creates the environment where police officers are not held accountable for their misconduct. We need many things to help resolve this issue, one of which is this number 633 to help correct at least the holding of officers accountable for their misconduct. Just a different way to look at the issue. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Peter Christolit.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter Christolit. I'm a resident in North Portland, a professional in the energy industry, a husband and a dad, and Fulbright scholar, white with many additional privileges, and I believe the Black Lives Matter. I urge you to vote yes to allow Portlanders to establish community police oversight in order to provide true police accountability, and most importantly, reduce police violence against and over-policing of Black and Indigenous communities and people of color. Community oversight of PPB is long overdue, and as someone with a graduate degree in economics who works daily in the energy industry, numbers and facts drive important decisions. Let's consider some numbers. Last year, a report put out by the PPB itself found that 73% of the community members surveyed for the study believe that PPB considers race and ethnicity when enforcing the law. The report also found that excessive use of force was the top barrier to creating an effective police force, according to community members. Additionally, 46% of officers believe that change is not possible. There are serious problems, and 1 in 2 officers don't believe they can be fixed. If change is not possible within the PPB, excessive force is the key obstacle to an effective police force, and the PPB is seen as racist, then perhaps true citizen oversight can be a tool to begin addressing these critical and seemingly intractable obstacles under the current status quo. The proposed funding floor of 5% of the PPB budget is a great use of tax dollars. This small annual cost relative to the PPB budget, which will become smaller over time, should reduce the cost of lawsuits against the PPB, and more importantly, it is a small price to pay to protect community lives in danger today without true oversight. I would also urge you, Mr. Mayor, to give oversight of the PPB to Commissioner Hardesty. I believe she has done hard work, has a proven track record, and is committed to make real and lasting reforms, even when the national spotlight shifts to other issues. Being very frank, I would vote for you as mayor this term if you made such a bold move. Please honor all of us out there in the street demanding justice and make the right decision today. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next is Noah Grunswig.
Mute myself. Hello, you can hear me, yes?
We can, thank you.
Great. Dear commissioners and mayor, thank you for the opportunity to add my testimony and support for this proposal. To start, I'd like to say that the Trump administration has shown us more clearly who wants less police accountability and why. The racist influencers and ideology behind the Trump administration are ignoring local and state authorities and compelling public support for further dismantling of accountability for both federal and local law enforcement. All of you have resoundingly rejected this. Each of you can see how PPB, PPA, and at least in the beginning, some of yourselves have used the same criminalizing narratives and allowed the same tactics prior to federal appearance. So maybe you can see more clearly the influencers and ideologies that you yourselves do not want, that have compelled our existing legislation, arbitration, collective bargaining agreements, and police policies. Each of you has expressed an understanding that the solution of reforming and or reimagining public safety has been and continues to be intensely resisted by much of the aforementioned structures and stakeholders. Measure 633 and its timing of its implementation is an essential step towards dismantling the systems and influences that prevent healthier and more equitable public health and safety. While I ask you all to unanimously approve Measure 633, I will add that in reviewing the proposal over the last couple of days, there are some items I would personally like to see clarified or amended in the November ballot. I'll touch on a few. It's in my written testimony. In the nature of the board, I would love to see public interviews of board candidates with a public comment period before City Council decides on the appointments. I think that speaks a little to what was said a couple people ago. And the restriction of membership, I'd also love to see added a restriction of active or formerly military, prison or private security agencies, prison or law enforcement lobbying agencies and their families.
That's 2 minutes.
Okay, great. The rest is in my public testimony. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Next is Paul Frazier.
Hello, my name is Paul Frazier, he, him. I love this and I love the work that Commissioner Hardesty and Udaley are doing, plus the street response. And I'm in debt and admiration for all of yours and many other community members' decades of work. I am new to this fight, but want to fight hard. Mr. Mayor, you haven't gotten your bureau under control. The PPB attacked again early Sunday morning. Hand it over. We need far better police oversight. But it has to work. I want to make sure this will. Assuming we get the changes we need at the local and state level, I want to highlight 5 specific events that demonstrate the long overdue need for accountability. Sadly, there are likely thousands more. And then if possible, hear from Commissioner Hardesty and or city attorney staff on the impact this proposal would have had on these events. Again, I hope all the answers to these questions are yes. And if not, let's get there. 1, the repeated tear gassing, bull rushing of protesters expressing their First Amendment rights, arresting the media, arresting observers since May 2020. 2, the repeated shooting of people without de-escalation, i.e. the incident on December 8th, 2019, when Mr. Heinrichsen was killed 20 seconds after police arrived. 3, the 2 parts of the attack on August 4th, 2018, where A, while protesters were chanting, "Who do you protect, who do you serve?" the PPB had, quote, left vehicles in the crowd, then deployed flashbang grenades, pepper spray, and foam bullets. B, the chief then said, "I tell you, meet me at school at 3 p.m., right? We're gonna fight." And I come with the intention to fight, and then you get mad because I kicked your butt, and then you go back and you wail off and whine and complain. As you said earlier, Commissioner Hardesty, PPB is biased. Please help Alan Kessler's request to get former Chief Outlaw's text messages. It's taken too long. The city is asking for over $500 minimum. These are of public interest. Release them now and all other public requests now. We need transparency. 4th, the involvement of PPB in West Lynn's targeted harassment and illegal arrest of a Black community member. Number 5, the killing of Kendra James. Reduce and hold the police accountable. Thank you for your actions, answers, and time. I urge you to pass this and keep the pressure up. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Next is Stephen Lewis.
Okay, this is Stephen Lewis, lifelong Portlander, in that I wear a lot of hats, so I'm going to kind of go kind of fast if I can. One of my hats is I'm with the Maplewood Neighborhood Association as a board member, so I'll read part of a statement from us. The Maplewood Neighborhood Association joins the many members in our larger community in calling for change in the way we are policed. We know that Black Lives Matter. We know that systems need to change to benefit the marginalized. We know that white supremacy and white nationalism, as well as the systems that support them, are a threat to our community. We know that tangible actions need to be taken to address these issues. We know that this step taken today in referring this issue to voters is a step in the right direction. We look forward to police accountability being a part of continued discussions in our community with something tangible to help focus the conversation. We encourage Portland community members to attend their neighborhood association meetings and participate in discussions around these issues as we move forward together. I'd also like to mention that the Sweeney Transportation Committee last week was able to carve out some time to have a really good conversation about policing in Southwest Portland as it relates to transportation. It's actually a very unique model, I think, throughout the city, in that Southwest Portland only has 2 police officers at any given time outside of a shift change when there may be 4. In that, over the last few years, we've seen a drastic reduction in some of the targeting of BIPOC members of our community. And we are, based on that conversation, we're actually having a breakout session. People who are interested are able to find more information about that in the Sweeney newspaper if they'd like to look and participate. We're hoping to have some specific guests and possibly recommend some motions or statements to the Transportation Committee for referral and discussion. should be something that's really good. So, and with that and the fact that we've been here for 3 hours now, I will see the rest of my time. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
The last person I showed sign up is, lost him here, Arthur O.G.
Good evening. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Yes. Hello. I am a white middle-aged man with bloodlines going back to Pocahontas. I have never been profiled, and the exception proves the rule, I think. Yes, please vote to pass this measure. From the very beginning of this country, checks and balances has been effectively the only means to keep tyranny at bay. That's mostly what I have to say. It's just been going on for a very long time. I'd like to thank Ms. Hardesty. She's done extremely good work, and I remember her from her KBOO interviews. And I think it would be a very good idea for the mayor to surrender his control, what little of it he might have, to her. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur, and thank you, Carla, for helping us get through the list of testimony. I am going to hand the gavel back to Mayor Wheeler.
All right, thank you. Madam President Fritz, we appreciate your taking over the role there for me. I appreciate it. I had to do some multitasking. Before we get to the roll, is there any further discussion on the resolution as amended? Any further questions of the council? Let me go to the right page. I'm not on the right page. I don't see anybody's hands raised. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony. Carla, please call the roll.
Sorry. Is this on the amendments or?
No, oh, you're right. We have the amendment on the table. Call the roll on the amendment first, Commissioner Fritz's amendment.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm lost here.
I believe we both voted to put the amendment on a table. Is that correct?
We did. I found it in my notes. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so do we need to vote on the amendment, or have we completed that, Carla?
We're done with the Hardesty.
It's already on the table.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. It's been so long.
Me too. Sorry.
Good. To the main motion as amended, Carla, please call the roll.
Certainly. Hardesty?
First, let me just thank the large number of people who signed up, showed up, and waited over 3 hours to testify. I am very, very appreciative for you being here and having your voice heard. I also want to correct something that I may have inadvertently said during public testimony. I want to be clear that this body is about holding police accountable for appropriate behavior as community police officers, and not an investigatory entity that will be investigating criminal activity outside of their charge with the Portland Police Bureau. And so if I said something that made that unclear, I just want to clarify that because we don't want any misunderstandings about what this measure will do and won't do. Let me also say that it's only the beginning. In almost 2 months, we were able to cut funding from the Bureau by removing the gun violence reduction team, school resource officers, transit police, redirecting some money from the Portland Police Bureau budget that came from the marijuana tax dollars, and redirect some of those funds for police alternative programs, like strengthening the Portland Street Response from 1 pilot to 6. What's next? As many people said today, this is not the end of police reform or the end of reimagining what community safety looks like. Next, we will be completing the review of all the Portland Police Bureau specialty units, as was directed by the mayor's budget note and the budget we just recently passed. In addition, we will be convening a group to look at the fall bump and review Portland Police Bureau budget in context of the fall bump and whether or not recommendations will be made to continue to reduce funding in the Portland Police Bureau budget. We have a lot of community members that are committed to reviewing the budget in preparation for the fall bump. And I am very thrilled that they want to volunteer their time to help with that. In addition to that, I understand, I want to be really clear, change is hard. And I understand that for some, these changes may be daunting. They may seem overwhelming. But I want to assure Portland that this is about community accountability and community safety. As long as we have a police force, and I know there are advocates for abolition, and even if you agree with abolition, abolition won't happen tomorrow. So we should have a system to hold our police accountable to community standards and norms. Again, I want to reiterate to Portland police officers and their family, there should be nothing to fear in this reform if they're committed to serving the community. This new measure will make them better and will make new officers who join them better. This is about being accountable to each of us, the officers and the community. I encourage us to embrace this opportunity to make our community safer. Together, piece by piece, we will have the opportunity to build a new, more just community that will include safety of every member, not at the expense of anyone else. I also want to do a very quick shout out to Emery Mort, who's been a strong, revolutionary, visionary volunteer out in our community, and appreciate taking the time to testify here today. I rarely say anything nicely about my hardworking staff when we come to the City Council for deliberation. But I would be remiss if I didn't applaud Derek Bradley for the incredible work that he did to engage each council office, every executive leader within each council's office, and to ensure that everyone was deeply heard and their recommendations for improvements made this ballot measure so much stronger. And I want to personally shout out to Commissioner Fritz, who has been my biggest champion and supporter in ensuring that not only did we do this, but we did it right. And we did it in a way that would be respectful of all perspectives. So I want to honor you, Commissioner Fritz, for that. I have a very long list of people that I am supposed to thank, but due to the lateness of the hour, I will just post those thank yous in my social media. But each of the individuals that helped us to get to this day, I just want to say thank you. Your advocacy.
For message envelope information, press 5. To forward this message,
well now, I just want to say thank each and every one of you. Well, that's not the worst Zoom bomb that I've experienced. So I think that one is probably okay. Again, I want to thank all of my colleagues, thank everybody for testifying. And last but not least, Matt McNally in my office for all his incredible community organizing work. Collie Edwards, my chief of staff, because she's just absolutely fabulous. And last but not least, the tens of thousands of people that continue to demand that we do something more than talk, that we take decisive, visionary, bold action to ensure that this is a city that regardless of where you started life, we will ensure that you are treated with respect and dignity, especially by public servants who are sworn to protect and serve. I am very happy to vote aye.
You Daly.
Well, I want to thank everyone who came to testify today. Some of the testimony was very compelling and moving. I want to acknowledge how frustrating and infuriating it is that past city councils have bargained away so much power over the years that we often cannot achieve things that our entire council would like to make happen. So this ballot referral will change the charter if it passes. We also need changes in state law, we need to bargain in our police contract, and we need to change city code in order to ultimately achieve the transformation that we all want. So while we are responsible for moving this forward, there are a lot of pieces of it that aren't entirely within our control. I want to say that I do share some of the concerns expressed by the auditor, and I'm just going to trust that Commissioner Hardesty and her team and we as a city council will be mindful of some of the potential pitfalls of this process and adjust as we move forward. I do support referring this to the voters and support all the steps we'll need to take to implement it when and if it does pass. At the same time, I support making changes to the existing system to improve it for both IPR staff and community members who need to bring complaints against the police. We will have this system for at least 18 months, possibly much longer. And so I'm committed to working with my colleagues to make any improvements we can in the meantime, particularly because as of Monday, IPR had received 79 complaints generated from protest activity. And that is a year's worth of complaints in just a few weeks, is my understanding from the auditor's office. So IPR staff have to navigate the constraints that are imposed on them by state law and our union contract every day. I was struck by Andrea Damewood's article in the Willamette Week and her description of the challenges and frustrations of working within that system. It's clear that change is necessary, and I don't believe that current staff at IPR are the problem. I think it's the system that we have forced them to work within. So we should be doing everything we can to enable IPR staff to provide better service to the community by enacting changes to city code and elsewhere while we work on these more comprehensive reforms that Commissioner Hardesty is leading on. Thank you to Commissioner Hardesty, her diligent staff, and the legions of individuals and organizations that have contributed to making these reforms possible, and the tens of thousands of Portlanders who have and continue to demand justice and the transformation of our system. I vote aye.
Fritz.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for your leadership on this. Thank you for the shout out, and to Derek Bradley for listening to my staff and me and incorporating many of our suggestions in the ballot measure. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate your leadership for the past 30 years on this. So for people who say this is coming quickly, I don't think 30 years is all that quick, actually. And I appreciated Debbie Iona's testimony about the process that Vera Katz did in the year 2000. This is how long this has been going on. This is how long the City Council has been struggling and addressing with each contract, trying to get things changed to make things better. I remember in 2010, in March, I missed my father's funeral because Commissioner Hardesty, then Joanne Hardesty, in the community, along with Dr. Haynes and Dr. Bessel and Dan Handelman, were trying to get some changes in the independent police review system. And we only narrowly got a few of the ones that we wanted with a 3-2 vote, which is why I couldn't go after my dad fell and died. So this has been a long time in the making, and the 3 mayors that I have worked with have all worked to address the challenges and police accountability and community safety. I frankly don't know if this is going to work. I will say that straight up. As I've mentioned before, we changed the charter in 2012 to acknowledge that there are 52 weeks in a year and therefore 26 paychecks rather than 27. And it was overwhelmingly accepted by voters. The police union, police officers union, and the firefighters union all appealed it, and it was overturned in arbitration. And this shows the violence and racism that is inherent in the system. We have a system of systemic racism, institutional racism, and a system that is set up with the preeminence of contract law and property law. And the people who've owned this country or took over this country stole it and controlled the legal agenda for centuries. That it's set up to stop reform. And that's just something that we have to accept and deal with. And we know that the current system is failing to hold the officers who do not follow the policies and who violate community members' rights and kill them. It's not holding them accountable. So we've tried. I agree with Commissioner Daly. I believe we do have to work on supporting the staff in the independent police review department in the auditor's office and assisting them and maybe looking at are there any changes that are possible and desirable in the next 18 months. This is this is a full court press, I believe is the right term, that every member of the council and so many members of the community, we all have our parts to play and we're all doing different parts. And under the leadership of Commissioner Hardesty and Mayor Wheeler, we are working on multiple fronts. We need to negotiate changes in the contract that are in the interest of the public and therefore inherently in the interest of police officers who must realize that the changes need to happen to rebuild trust with the community and heal the relationships. And this is like many of the discussions that we have had over the past 10 years on racism and on ways to address racism. These conversations are uncomfortable for many people, and emotions and the injustice of things that have happened and continue to happen is very high on everybody's minds, especially right now. And so we have to not be afraid of talking about it. We have to not be afraid of making difficult choices. And we have to all hold ourselves as well as each other accountable for working together to do the things that are in the best interests of the people of Portland, because that's who we all work for, the police, the city council. We all work for the people of Portland. I do thank Yesenia Correa on my staff and Tim Cray on my chief of staff, as well as the staff in the city attorney's office who have worked with Derek and Commissioner Hardesty to, as far as possible, make the proposal as most likely to succeed. And I also just remind everybody, now it's going to the ballot. Other than putting it on the ballot, we haven't done anything today. And there's going to be many different things. And PS, 98 days. So it's a very short campaign, especially during a pandemic, to try to get people to understand what are the issues, what can they do about it, and what are the right measures and candidates to support on the November ballot. So we've all got a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of us to do it. So I'm hopeful that we can to do that work over the next 98 days and get the right outcomes. And I'm very pleased to vote aye.
Wheeler.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz, because I wanted to bring us back full circle and remind people that we are actually not passing any reforms or any substantive changes whatsoever today. This is a first step. This is referring this to the ballot. And there's clearly more work that needs to be done, and a number of people raised good objections, which I'll get to in a moment. First of all, this is an emotional time. This is a highly divisive time, but I'm hearing consistent themes from people throughout the community, whether they testified today or not. What I'm hearing from people is they want a police bureau that provides public safety for everyone in the community, and they want better ties to the community from our police bureau. I also hear people say they want the police bureau to be more reflective of the community that they serve. So that includes everything from hiring, training, promotions within the bureau. And then I hear from folks that they expect the police bureau to be accountable to the public that it serves. And this really gets in a significant way to that item, the accountability piece of this. And I don't want to leave this hearing today without saying that there is an important role for the men and women of the Portland Police Bureau, including non-sworn staff, to play in this. I have a lot of respect for the work they do. They bring a lot of experience and expertise to this question. They know what works and they know what doesn't work. And I will tell you that I have heard from a number of people in the Bureau that they feel that their Bureau is being held back by some of the structural impediments that we struggle with as a city council to be able to make the kind of changes that we want to make. So there is an opportunity here to include them in this conversation as well. I've been very outspoken about and supportive of the need to significantly strengthen the Portland Police Bureau's accountability system for our officers, with a specific eye towards improving civilian oversight. And again, this gets at the heart of that matter. I want to thank Commissioner Hardesty for spearheading this needed conversation in our community and amongst those of us who are members of the council. This is a very important conversation. This is a very important step that we're taking. I also want to thank our auditor, Mary Holt Caballero, for her stewardship of the Independent Police Review, now alongside IPR Director Ross Caldwell, and the clarity that she brought to this afternoon's hearings. I want to be clear, from my perspective, the concerns that she raised are legitimate concerns. And for this proposal to be enacted successfully, her concerns must be addressed throughout this process. So I hope there continues to be a good working relationship and a collaborative process, in particular, Commissioner Hardesty, between you and your team and the auditor and her team in IPR. In service to the Portland community, the auditor began the work of reforming IPR well prior to the pandemic, and she and her team were slated to present a suite of fixes to the state legislature. Let's be clear, much of what the community has been demanding of civilian oversight, things like transparency of police misconduct cases, can only be provided through legislative changes at the state level. There's nothing about this proposal that changes that. That means we still have to continue to come together, and we still have to work and push hard to have those legislative changes happen. This is a significant obstacle. It's one I believe we can overcome, but it needs to be said that that is a legitimate obstacle that stands in the way of the success of this proposal. There's also legitimate concern that by pushing a charter amendment, we as a council are potentially, and I underscore potentially, foregoing the opportunity to make changes much sooner just through a vote of the city council and changing code. So I hope as this process goes forward, we have the opportunity to bring code back to the city council as the work group identifies specific code changes that we could enact more quickly than waiting for a ballot measure and a charter review and an extensive process. I believe there are probably some things that we could do in the near term, but I will look forward to that process unfolding and having the work group come forward with those potential opportunities. Pastor Matt Hennessy shared some written testimony just before this hearing that I would urge my colleagues to read. He raises what I believe are legitimate issues that should be considered as this process moves forward. And I want to thank Pastor Hennessy for bringing that information forward. I hear and I understand the important value in making a clean break from the existing system. And Commissioner Hardesty, you and I have had the opportunity, and your staff and I have had the opportunity to talk about the importance of that, both symbolically and from a practical perspective. And so there is a desire here to chart an entirely new course. I want to be clear. I understand, as my colleagues have stated, that there is significant risk in this proposal. Commissioner Fritz stated it the most clearly when she said, I don't know if this will work. There is risk here. Make no mistake about it, that I am willing to take that risk because this question of police accountability is central to the conversations that are driving thousands of people onto the streets of this city virtually each and every day. At the end of the day, we're asking the public to decide. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done between now and November. At the end of the day, it's the public that gets to decide, thumbs up or thumbs down. But let's give it our best shot. Let's work together. Let's see if we can get some of the unanswered questions and concerns addressed prior to this going on to the ballot. And Commissioner Hardesty, I look forward to your continued leadership and the work that you're going to do on this effort, along with all of us as we move this towards the November ballot. I'm counting on Commissioner Hardesty and her leadership to ensure that the aspirations of this proposal become realized aspirations. We have 3 elected officials, including the auditor, who've expressed over time a commitment to strengthening civilian oversight of the Portland Police Bureau. I hope going forward that we're able to collaborate and leverage the strengths of our respective offices as the details of this new system come into view. With that, I vote aye. The resolution as amended is adopted. And Commissioner Hardesty, thanks again to you and your team for your leadership on this. And unless there's any further business, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.